I'm certain I want to stream. All right, we're doing it live.
I'm gonna go fuck my
Fucking, let's send out this tweet. Fucking subversive history. Fucking
I'm actually gonna
subversive.
pee real quick. Feel free to keep going. I'm gonna pee real quick. Feel free to keep going. I'm gonna pee real quick. Feel free to keep going. Yeah, I'm getting crazy echo
There we
here.
go. Perfect. Perfect. The echo is perfect.
Hello?
Fucking. We
Hello.
are live with balloon how do you spell aficionado?
I have no idea.
Fucking thank God for spell correct. Aficionado, David T.
Oh, you guys should just use my Twitter app.
Oh shit, that's right. The hell's
There
your
we go.
at? David.
That same thing is on Twitch. Davidtovarisch. Yeah, there we go. There's me.
Perfect. Yeah. To help us understand the balloon terror, our frightened, simple country faces at the hands of the Sino Empire. Does that sound right?
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, the Chi Empire?
The Qi Empire.
Chi. Is it XI? Whatever Xi Jinping.
It's
Yeah?
She.
I can't.
She.
There we go.
She umpire. Welcome back to WILDCARD Fridays, everybody. Tweet.
Wonder if Sebs is still online.
Done. All right.
It looks like they are.
All right. Let's.
Oh wow, that was a quick notification from Twitter.
So, yeah. All right. Welcome to Subversive.
The Twitter is still up on the sharing. I don't know if you want to keep that there or not.
I could just hide it maybe.
It's just showing Harry Potter footage.
Just sharing, people playing the Bigot Wizard game. I mean, the gameplay looks great.
Really? Yeah. Are you really doing the Johnny Gets Canceled speedrun any percent?
I'm just gonna say it looks fun.
It looks fun.
Oh, I know.
Right?
It's so annoying. It's like I want to be a fucking wizard too.
Yeah.
Why'd you have to be an asshole, man?
Why did it have to be Harry Potter related? Is what I want to know. It's not as if every Lord of the Rings fan wouldn't also love to play.
That's
this.
the brand. That's the brand, though. There's probably more Potterheads.
You could be even more racist, arguably, in a Lord of the Rings game than in a Harry Potter game.
Yeah, absolutely.
I heard somebody say that this game is based around like quelling an ethnic uprising or something like that. I don't know if you've heard that.
You're apparently putting down
goblin uprising.
Yeah, that's it. You're putting down.
Yeah. The goblins are Jewish people in our universe.
Jesus Christ.
They manage all the gold and everything. So yeah.
Is that real?
What's up?
And they have big old hooked noses.
Yeah, like pointy ears.
Jesus.
They look like this a lot with their long fingernails. They're constantly scheming.
So you're essentially conducting a Harry Potter version of a Holocaust.
It's more like a pogrom, but yeah, you're kind of just doing a pogrom in the Harry Potter game, allegedly. I don't know for sure. I haven't.
Yeah, I'm not deep on the lore.
Yeah,
I read the first couple books when I was young. The first 4 that they dropped. But I really, when I got older, when the movie started coming out and stuff, I was never really into it.
I mean,
they asked JK for they wanted her to come up with an idea for a computer program, but there was a typo in the email.
What was the typo?
Program.
Oh, yeah. She's like, all right, if you say so, I got something for that.
She had one in the chamber ready to go.
She was ready for a next level of bigotry that they could not see coming. All right. So Dave, tell us about yourself.
Oh, tell us about me. God damn.
Yeah.
You guys really want to hear some fucked up shit? Like, no, I mean,
yeah.
You know who you're talking. I don't know.
Have you
it's a
on here?
tale of woe.
I don't know if you know who you're talking to here, bud.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, you know what? That's great. Awesome. I'm in good
We
company.
can, we can talk about some pasts.
Now well, basically, if you want the skinny of my story is that COVID broke my brain, or it allowed me to unbreak my brain in a way that basically was like as soon as I started reading all the shit that I'd start reading, and this is like pre leftist infancies. Like I'm still an egg. I'm still a leftist egg that like is sitting in Hassan's womb, like basically
incubating within Hassan's.
Still at that time. I'm like, oh man, maybe we'll go somewhere. My ex at the time, and I was like, we can go somewhere, and I'll find like something to do, and I'll stream or whatever, and like, so we found somewhere to live, and like, I just would be trying to find jobs, and every single time I try to find one, I'd be like, there'd be like some capitalism dog whistle of like, oh well, that's gonna be some bullshit in the future, and then I'd stop like being able to do my, hey, please hire me, play that you have to fake when you. And
I really need this job. I need
really
money.
Dude, I just cannot. My dream is to make pizzas for a gas station. Like that's what I've always wanted. Like,
So
like the last one I had, I was at for like 3 days, and like just absolutely terrible, and I couldn't take it. I was like, I need to stream. I was like, I need to talk to people about communism, or else like I'm gonna go actually insane. Like something horrible is gonna happen, and like, and we, 9-10 months of sitting in left flank vets and you guys' chats and Benny's and everybody else, and finally got a computer just by the grace of fucking the fact that.
So you've been streaming for like 9 months now?
Yeah. From PS4. I only just got the computer because of I had savings bonds from when I was from my baptism that were like come due from like long dead relatives.
Baptism.
Yeah. Yes.
Are you born again?
No, it was the first time I was born actually.
I was also baptized.
Yeah, I was unfortunately raised Catholic.
So. I mean, you're in good company again.
I had to do CCD. I got confirmed too.
Oh god, yep, confirmation. That sucked.
I did the whole thing.
Same. What name did you pick?
John.
I wanted to pick Dismas, but I thought nobody would understand who that was. So
I wanted to pick Jesus.
Jesus?
Well, by this point, I was in 8th grade, and so I was becoming more of an ironic little individual. Like, and I never really, was too hyped on all that. Really, the way it all worked out for me was my parents aren't even really that religious, but when I was born, my great grandparents were like Irish Catholic to the core, and they would be just absolutely devastated. What are you putting Charles Bronson on for?
Got my,
I don't know. It's just something in the background.
Okay, my parents would have been, my great grandparents, the Irish Catholics would have been absolutely devastated if I wasn't baptized and confirmed. Right. So my parents, like, just kind of as a lip service to the more religious elders of my family, had me go through that process. But by 8th grade, like I said, I was very disillusioned with the whole thing. I hated having to go there every Tuesday. And so, like, in that like irony, I was like, I want Jesus to be my confirmation name. And obviously no one would allow me to do that. No. So I just settled on John.
If you were like, I don't know, maybe like in Spain, they probably would have allowed it, but like,
yeah.
Not
well, and I think they knew that I was definitely being like very sarcastic with that choice.
Yeah, no,
yeah,
I figured. But I picked Camuel because it means like, he who sees God or something. I don't know where I was at with. I think I actually took it from
all these names when I was big. I feel like every single one was just the name of a saint or an apostle, and like none of them were like ethnic or anything like that. They were they were all just like Paul, John.
One kid in my class, I think, like picked Wolfgang because he was German or whatever. I was like, that's honestly kind of cool.
No, this is weak. You want to know how I picked my confirmation name?
Oh.
Do you remember the movie The Prophecy with
I don't think I saw that one.
Fuck, it's got Viggo Mortensen. It's got Christopher Walken playing the Archangel Gabriel. You don't, Pat, you're muted or something. You don't remember this?
No, I don't. You can't hear me?
Oh, now I can hear you. All right.
Oh, okay.
So, the Prophecy movie. Yeah. Let's play the trailer. Holy shit.
You know, it's still streaming across the top that we're doing today's discussion, Sword and Shield.
You know, thank you for letting me know that. I'm pretty certain that I changed it.
It looks like it's changed to what we're going to be doing on Sunday.
I don't know what you're talking about. So,
the radical dude.
Fucking, how do I change it?
Hey, Red Falcon, how you doing? Good to see you.
Did it change it? Did it change it or not?
As of right now, no. It still says Sword and the Shield.
Okay, you know what? It's gone. There, okay? But we're gonna watch the trailer for The Prophecy.
Is everyone happy? It's gone.
We're gonna watch this because this is how I picked my confirmation name. And I actually did take religion somewhat serious up till my confirmation. I actually was like kind of into it, you know, which is why I have like a soft spot for like liberation theology. Yep. You know, especially as like especially as like a reformed, like edgy, like Dawkins atheist, you know.
Yep.
Yeah.
Although I'm
actually in a world history class right now in school, and I actually just read like a Muslim feminist critique of Islamic theology, like saying that there's been like a lot of bastardizations and a lot of things that like have no relevance to the Quran in terms of like treatment of women and things like that.
I need that in my life.
Pat, I thought there was no feminism in Islam, and they just did a patriarchy all the time.
Yeah.
Apparently, if you guys want to talk about it, we can pull it up in a second. I'll show it to you.
You need to see the trailer, and honestly, like if we ever start doing movie nights, I am 100% down to play this.
I don't think you can legally do a movie night. I don't think we can just stream an entire movie.
Stop bringing that part up.
You gotta do it on like Discord.
The biggest secret ever.
Centuries ago, a second coming was foretold.
What did he say to you, Mary?
He asked if I could keep a secret.
What was that?
Something he gave me.
But what's coming?
He wants something. First question. Something
what was the secret?
Isn't what anyone expects.
Oh my God.
It's a war in heaven.
Over what?
Us. Humans.
Christopher Walken. The Prophecy.
Yes. This, you don't get it. You don't understand how good this movie is because of how bad it is. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Also, it's crazy that it's native television. This is on native I guess because like there are some indigenous people in the movie. So I guess like, you know, because of just a lack of representation, like, is that why it's? Oh yeah, no, it's. Wow. Okay. Yeah. All right. So I actually think Red Falcon, you should play The Prophecy now for theater night. So all right. I'm sorry. Where were we going before I had to show that?
I don't know if we were necessarily going anywhere. I think that was an off branch of Dave's origin story.
Oh, right. Fuck.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And then, well, here comes the pale fucking woe part. Is that, like, Not being able to have a job and a streamer salary meant we had to move out, so that didn't really work out. So now I'm back at home and terminally online. Like that's pretty much it. That's all I got. It's just like
what was your like what like kind of like swayed you towards this sphere of politics or like made you susceptible to this sphere of politics?
Honestly, the first thing, I think the thing that lit the fuse was during COVID. One of my uncles passed away from it. And
my condolences, man.
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you. And it just fucking pissed me off because like I already knew like I had already if you were to analyze all of my ideas at that point, you probably would have described me as a sock dem like already.
Right.
So like I was like, if we had healthcare, like this wouldn't have happened. Like if people gave a shit because he had MS, so he was in like an assisted living like, place or something. And like obviously like those places like got all fucked up from COVID. So like I was like if more people gave a shit and more people like if there was like more mask mandates and everything and whatever.
Like if there was just a more collective structure like of the state and society that took this more seriously, enforced things more rigidly, had more concerns for public health and like the more collective mentality as opposed to like the individualness of just like, oh, well, it's not going to affect me. So I'm just going to go run around and breathe on everything because that's more convenient for me.
Yeah. Right. So like that was like what lit the fuse. And the thing that really like exploded it was like, that at that point I like started watching Hassan and like doing shit like that, posting, you know, black squares on my Instagram and shit. And so, but the thing that really, really like took it to another level for me was like, do you guys remember Michael Reinell?
Why does that name sound so familiar?
He was a guy in Portland during the George Floyd protests. There was Proud Boys like attacking him and people he was with bear mace, and he had a gun and he used the gun to defend himself and killed them. Or I can't remember if he killed them or he shot them. But and then Donald Trump goes on TV and like basically brags about him having sent U.S. Marshals to kill him and like
that guy. Yeah. Now I remember. Yeah, I know who you're talking about now.
And I was like, that was like definitely my radicalizing moment. It was like, I was like, or it was the first time me in my own personal life, because like obviously like the government has been murdering everyone, you know, left of Bernie Sanders since like as far back as you can remember. But like it was the first time I was like, wow, he just like straight up went and said, "We got him." Yep, like he was a fucking terrorist. Like like it was incredible.
Yeah, like kind of like the battle lines were drawn there, and it was kind of like a quasi like fascist versus leftist insurgency. Like it was like very spelled out for like even in the mainstream. It wasn't even just like compartmentalized into some like other country on the other side of the world or something like that. It just seemed like that was like becoming more evident just in our day-to-day news life.
Welcome, Godspeed, Trey.
And probably goodbye.
I think you should be welcoming him or them.
Can you say hello to my friend?
Yeah, stop.
Oh, god damn it. Nah. Where the fuck is he? Where are you? I like how I had to be told like stop.
Yeah, I don't know where you're at.
There's so many like windows and things open for me right now.
Where's everybody else? Probably where the comma should be in your comment. Not there.
Jesus Christ. Matt, you read too many books, dog.
Listen, man, get your contractions together before you come at me. You know what I mean? You got to come correct with your contraction before we start talking shit.
Nope, you're out. That's it. Deny. Deny. Okay. All right. So, anyways, what the hell were we talking about?
We must be targeted. We must be targeted at this point because
definitely are.
Like you got some.
We don't have any MLK. We don't have any MLK up. We don't have anything communism in the name or anything like that. Like which bodes well for our reputation. You know.
Yeah, you know what? That's true.
If people are camping out for us to come in and pull these coordinated attacks on us, it has to bode well for our reputation on the platform.
Yeah, honestly, it's how I probably said this in the chat like 3 or 4 times already. That's how you know you made it. It was when
Do you deal with
reactionaries are reacting?
Do you get this?
Yeah, oddly too. Like even me, when I have like 3 to 6 people in my chat, and I'll just be listening to an audiobook, like playing Risk of Rain, and somebody will come through and be like, "Communism, Vuvuzela, Stalin killed a gazillion people." I'm like, dude, do you think I'm Mr. Communism? Like what? I have no one in here. Like what do you think I'm doing? Yeah, me and my cadre were about to overthrow the United States. You stopped me.
I mean, I'd almost be happier for someone to come in and say Vuvuzela,
Yes,
9 million dead iPhone. Like what we're getting now is just absolutely abhorrent compared to like somebody that just thinks that they're like a big brained ANCAP or something like that. Like I feel like that is a tiny bit more, you know, they may be misguided and they may be coming in to be like confrontational, but at least they're not just being like outright racist and trying to like bait us into saying some weird 2 syllables that like, you know, can be construed and get us banned or something like that. Like that's so much lower than just being like, I'm going to troll the communists and tell them that it's bad.
I think that might be like an illustration of that. It's because you guys are getting a little bit more viewers too. Because like, I think anybody doing that probably just like wants the attention and like and they wouldn't go into a 3 to 4 viewer stream to do that. But like somebody who really hates communism and thinks like, well, I'm gonna debate this guy out of his entire worldview that he's been studying for like 3 years, like just
which is just shocking because like. Look at like where we're at. I'm like literally trying to find something to like throw up there. Like we are so new at this, and our production level is so like not shit but shaky. All right.
What's up, Sam?
What's up,
yeah,
Sam?
well, and we might be in the perfect middle ground, right? Where it's like we don't have 3 or 4 viewers, but also we don't have 35,000 like Hassan. Right. Where like your comment will never be recognized. Where now, like if we're between 10 and 20 or something like that, you can come in here and like utter your disgusting message to like enough people that I guess it matters a little bit, and enough that like it won't just be lost in a landslide of comments that are actually like disrupt us to some degree. I mean, that's the other thing. It doesn't really disrupt us either. It might take 5 seconds to be like, oh, okay, bye. But like
only until you start debating them.
Yeah, honestly, it's just a brain broken version of a regular Twitch chatter. Because like that's what I do as a Twitch chatter. I'm just like, oh well, I'm not gonna go in Hassan's chat. He's not gonna see what I said. I'm gonna go in like left flag.
What sense of community?
He'll be like, oh, what's up, David?
Like, what sense of community? What sense of community do you have if you go in Hassan's chat? You know what I mean?
No,
like we have a lot of like regular people that I've like, and I'm not a Twitch consumer, so I've never experienced this before.
Somehow, some way, yes,
like,
Sam.
There's people that I know like intimately now just through like this, like there's like probably like 5, 6, 7 people that I'm like, oh, Sin Chow, oh, it's Seb, oh, it's like I know all these people now. Like,
the other day I was literally, you reminded me of this. I was like, Hashkish followed me, and I was like, yes. I was like, fuck yeah. Like, there's just people who are doing chatters that I'm just like, oh man, if I see this person in my chat, I freaking knew it. I knew I made it. It's like, because they like all the same streamers I like.
So what do you think? What do you think? Should we talk about the balloon?
Yeah,
oh god, I've been begging to talk about the balloon with you guys all day.
So you're down to talk about the balloon, right?
Who is not down to talk about the
balloon? The only reason I'm not down to talk about the balloon is because I for one welcome our balloon overlords. No, I'm just kidding.
I want to go out to. Hey, anybody who's like in the path of travel want to go out to like a field with me somewhere and just get some logs, and we'll spell out Chairman Xi, please help. My country yearns for freedom.
My people yearn for freedom. But here's the thing for me. I mean, I think that the only reason that I wouldn't want to necessarily talk about it, at least for too long, is that for one, I haven't been able to do any research on it whatsoever other than what's in the news. Secondly, it just seems like another one of those things that's a flash in the pan for like media to just be like, look, this is happening, when in reality it has no real bearing on anything.
Stop spectacle.
I looked it up for a second. It looks like even on CNN, they said that it has like no real capabilities to do anything, and it's likely being controlled by a jet stream.
Pat, that's where you're mistaken, right?
I get
aerospace defense.
What do you mean?
The biggest balloon-related story since that.
Wait, well, can you just talk? Can I just finish what I was saying?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Sure.
No, I meant just the video, not you guys. You guys can talk, but I was just saying, like, it's in CNN. There was like an expert on there that said, like, oh, this isn't even, it's probably going through the jet stream. China admitted that it's their balloon and that it went off course, which I don't put it past China to be engaging in some type of espionage activities against the United States either. I don't think that's completely out of the question.
No.
I would be surprised if they were not engaging in it. But the use of a balloon is interesting when they already have TikTok, other type of, digital. Yes. And then also, apparently, there is like many Chinese satellites that are in the low orbit over the United States that pass like every 90 minutes, making like the need for some like weird like weather balloon. Like when you actually
cameras than I can dream of.
When you think about it for more than like 10 seconds, you're like, what the fuck do you mean a balloon?
Yeah. Like it almost. Oh, sorry.
Pat, I need to show you this because this video is only 4 hours old, and like, who cares what the fucking balloon expert thinks? This is the U.S. military giving their official statement. So like, you can be as like big-brained about this as you want with like, oh, they have TikTok satellites and all this other shit, right? This is a country of frightened small dogs.
Also, isn't it over Kansas City or something like that? It's like this like heavy data gathering. They're like, what is it?
It's over Montana, I think.
What the fuck do you think? What are they getting out of Montana?
Oh, well, if you go on Google real quick, you can actually just look up where all the ICBMs are without needing a satellite, anything. It's.
Are they in Montana?
Yeah. Here, Maelstrom Air Force
Base,
Montana.
All over the place, dog.
Minot AFB. North Dakota, Wyoming, Nebraska, Colorado, Washington, Georgia, Nevada, Missouri, Louisiana. Look,
I will say this.
It even says how many they fucking have.
Yeah, and I would bet money that there is absolutely Chinese espionage going out. Like, the same thing with the Soviet Union. There was Soviet spies and agents and shit like that. That we know. What?
Kim Philby.
I was about to.
Yeah.
Oh.
Go ahead,
I was about to mention the thing about Soviet spies and everything. Like, this just seems like exactly. I don't know if I said in the pre-show, but like, it just seems like an exact parallel to Sputnik, where it's just like they're looking at us, and it's like, dog, they have spies everywhere. Like, they know what you're thinking. They don't have to shoot a satellite up there.
And that's not even, I mean, back then that was even more justified to have that type of fear of like red satellites and shit like that. Like now it's like, I think like the Chinese space station is like bigger than the International Space Station. There's such an interconnected world of like between tech and China, like not even just with TikTok, just like what China is to the world right now in terms of like supply and economy and like everything like that. It's like to act like there isn't like innumerable pathways for China to be gathering data or surveillance on us outside of like a literal balloon is like, I'm trying to think, what is the advantage of a balloon? What does a balloon have that any of these other mediums that I'm discussing don't?
Nothing, which is why I'm trying to show you this video of a Pentagon official telling you.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to talk.
In regards to our announcement last night regarding the high-altitude surveillance balloon, I'm not going to have much new information to provide other than to say that the North American Aerospace Defense Command continues to monitor it closely. While we won't get into specifics in regards to the exact location, I can tell you that the balloon continues to move eastward and is currently over the center of the continental United States. Again, we currently assess that the balloon does not present a military or physical threat to people on the ground at this time, and we'll continue to monitor and review options. Finally, Secretary Austin will host a bilateral meeting today here in the Pentagon with Australian Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defense Richard Marles. The Secretary looks forward to discussing bilateral defense cooperation and our mutual security efforts within the Indo-Pacific region and beyond. A full readout of the engagement will post later today to defense.gov. And with that, we'll go ahead and move to your questions. We'll start with AP, Tara Kopp.
Hi, Pat. Thank you for doing this. China has said this is just a weather balloon that has veered off course. Why is the Pentagon convinced that this is a surveillance balloon? And then can you give us a little bit more on the status of the balloon? You said it's in the central U.S. What state? Do you have any guidance for people as they see this balloon, or they're trying to photograph it, or maybe try and interfere with it?
Sure. Thanks, Tara. So first of all, we are aware of...
You're not engaged with the balloon at all costs.
However, the fact is, we know that it's a surveillance balloon, and I'm not going to be able to be more specific than that. We do know that the balloon has violated U.S. airspace and international
What does it surveil?
law, which is unacceptable.
The weather?
And so we've conveyed this directly to the PRC at multiple levels. And
Hang on. Holy shit, you just cracked it. That's how they're able to get away with saying that it's a surveillance balloon. It's surveilling the fucking
No,
weather.
fucking... It's
And
taking
in terms
data.
of specific locations, I'm not going to be able to go into specific locations again, other than to say it's moving eastward at this time. Yeah, you gonna
Ominously
follow?
moving eastward.
As people start to see the balloon, do you have any guidance for, should they try not to interfere, not photograph?
Did they shoot at
So
the
the balloon
balloon?
is currently assessed
just
to be
floating
about
there.
60,000 feet.
Menacingly.
So again, well above the range of civilian air traffic, or where civilian air traffic would normally fly. Certainly aware that there are cameras, civilian-owned commercial cameras that could spot this balloon. In terms of guidance to folks, again, this is something that NORAD is closely monitoring. We do assess at this time that it does not pose a physical threat, as I mentioned, to people on the ground. So we'll just leave it at that. Jennifer.
Just leave it at that.
General Ryder, who is
Fucking
controlling
weasel.
this balloon right
That's
now?
absolutely right, Cinnamon Challenge.
Again, we know that this is a Chinese balloon, but beyond that, I'm not going to have specifics.
But is it? You say that it's moving eastward and it's over the continental U.S. It's not over Montana anymore. Is the Chinese government controlling the movement of the balloon, or is it just floating with airstreams?
Thanks, Jennifer.
Oh,
So I'm not going to go into any specific intelligence that we may have. Again, we know this is a Chinese balloon.
Exerting any communist
that has
influence on
the
its path.
Maneuver, but I'll just leave it at that.
And once it's over a body of water, will you shoot it down?
Again, right now we're monitoring the situation closely, reviewing options, but beyond that, I'm not going to have any additional information. We go to Tony.
One quickie on the balloon. Can you confirm the photos that are out there, that this is not the man on the moon and that is the actual balloon?
Thanks, Tony. So certainly aware of photos being posted online. I'm not going to get into the business of confirming whether or not.
Wait, the what?
What was the quickie?
Is it man in the moon or man on the moon? Because wasn't that like the Jim Carrey movie?
The guy. I only know that as an REM song. Y'all know what I'm talking about, chat?
Yes.
Shh, Pat, Johnny, I'm engagement farming.
I don't know if you want to look at the thing that I sent in Discord chat. It kind of has, like, I would say, two more measured updates from CNN regarding the balloon.
Fine.
Suspected Chinese spy balloon.
Christ.
Latest. Go down just for the first one. So this is the quote from China that says, "It is a civilian airship used for research, mainly meteorological purposes, affected by the westerlies and with limited self-steering capacity. The airship deviated far from its planned course. The Chinese side regrets the unintended entry of the airship into U.S. airspace due to force majeure," the spokesperson said in statement. And then if you go down a little bit, where it says, you go down to the next update. Yeah. U.S. believes China doesn't have control over movements of suspected spy balloon and relies on jet stream. Sources familiar with the matter tell CNN that it appears that the suspected Chinese spy balloon movements appear to rely primarily on the jet stream, allowing Beijing to predict its likely path. I like that little thing there. It's like, as opposed to being like, this is just like a natural path, it's like they knew that it would go this path. China can control the surveillance balloon to an extent, for example, by turning on and off the surveillance gear inside of it, the sources say. The fact that China does have some control over the balloon's capabilities is why the U.S. has raised concerns with Beijing about it, the sources said. What U.S. officials are saying, the balloon surveillance equipment appears to be powered by a solar array, one U.S. official said, which would provide the system with a reliable source of power at high altitude, but the solar array does not appear to be connected to any type of motor that would allow China to steer the balloon, the official added. Pentagon officials said that they did not believe the balloon had surveillance or intelligence capabilities above and beyond Chinese spy satellites in low Earth orbit. But unlike satellites that pass rapidly over a location every 90 minutes, a spy balloon can loiter over a space and gather more of a pattern of life of a particular site, the official said. In the past, the U.S. has simply allowed balloons like this to waft away without taking any action or publicizing the presence over the U.S., the source said. It was also not the first time a surveillance balloon has appeared over the United States. The U.S. officials said that there were similar incidents with suspected Chinese surveillance balloons over Hawaii and Guam in recent years. On Thursday, a senior defense official said instances of this activity have been observed over the past several years, including prior to this administration. So that's all that I kind of wanted to bring up a little bit there, is that, like, I feel like that was kind of a measured response. Like, apparently they can't steer it.
It turns out it's hard to predict the wind.
Apparently it's not being controlled. Apparently it's not that out of the ordinary. And also apparently there's not much that it can do that the many, many satellites that are flying over the area cannot, that, like, I guess that it can loiter, if that matters.
Yeah, I like how they said loiter instead of float.
Yeah, but it seems like, that quote,
criminal floating,
render it a little bit more benign than I think headlines are making it out to be. So I think this is just a news day. This is the problem where you have, for-profit media, is that it's not about telling a story that is useful or necessarily true. Yeah. It's about who is going to click on it, how many eyes are going to go to it, how many people are going to share it. That's the most important thing here. And they know that if they just put China surveillance, and there's probably also some demographic that is excited about balloons.
Spy, okay?
Right, the word spy.
Like, look, this is from 9 hours ago. This video, 4 hours ago, man.
Right, and it seems like he obfuscated a lot of that more harmless language that I just put up in that CNN report.
Oh, just wait till you hear the questions that the reporters are asking him.
Right.
You know what else occurred to me?
Where those photos come from.
I know if debate bros want to be in here, they would call it a whataboutism, but you know who flies a lot of shit through other countries' airspaces, other countries including China? The United States of fucking America. Like, what the fuck? Like, we're all just like, oh my god, a fucking balloon that should not be here. And meanwhile, you're just like doing exercises everywhere that you want to just swing your dick.
Correct.
Exactly,
also,
Sam.
Completely encircling China with literal military bases. Throughout the history of China, aiding antagonistic forces and also literally using Tibet as like a landing zone for CIA agents coming from Taiwan into China. All of this can be read about in Killing Hope by William Blum.
God, I gotta read that goddamn book.
I know. So do I. Let's see here. Let's see how many...
Xin Chao just put a link in chat. It's from 2019, it looks like, about Pentagon balloons. I'm curious, if we can look at some kind of a precedent for this, is like, what was this story like in 2019? Yeah, that's interesting. I'm looking more at Xin Chao. It's like, did they mention the U.S. surveillance balloon program they announced several years ago?
Hilarious.
Mass surveillance balloons. The U.S. military is conducting wide area surveillance tests across 6 Midwest states using experimental high altitude balloons. Documents filed with the Federal Communications Commission reveal up to 25 unmanned solar powered balloons are being launched from rural South Dakota and drifting 250 miles. Altitudes, yeah. So it sounds like the exact same kind of balloon, because I think they said that this is around 60,000. Also, it's in kind of the same area as well.
It is.
This reeks of the TikTok xenophobia, where it's just like, hey, only we're allowed to spy on our citizens.
Only we're allowed to do that.
Hey, what the fuck?
Also, it just bears repeating how terminal a case of main character syndrome do you have to have in order to think that, like, the Chinese state cares what, like, you know, Bob and Karen from fucking Minnesota are doing or think, or, like, even if you aren't from the Midwest, let's just say that, like, you know, you're just, like, even a Zoomer from, like, you know, fucking, I don't know, Brooklyn or something, right? You actually probably weren't born there, but no one in China gives a shit what you think. Like, literally no one. They don't think about you. They don't consider your opinion on anything. They're not trying to mold your opinion on anything. Like, who gives a shit what you have to say on the matter? No one. Most people, even outside of China, don't give a shit what you think.
I mean, most people within the United States don't give a shit. Most people within the house that I'm in right now don't give a shit what I think.
The people that are making, like, decisions for you and how your life will be shaped for the foreseeable future do not give a shit what you think. They don't. And yeah, it's possible, Sam, that it's just an American balloon that, like, we're just assuming.
But China did say that it's our balloon.
Right. You know, let's see if I can pull that one up.
Pull that shit up, Jamie.
Now.
Pull that shit up, Johnny.
That beautiful beam footage.
注意到有关报道，正在了解核实情况。我想强调的是，在事实搞清楚之前，猜测和炒作无异于问题的妥善解决。关于布林肯国务卿访华，我目前没有可以发布的消息。中国是负责任的国家，一贯严格遵守国际法，无意侵犯任何主权国家的领土和领空。关于这个气球的问题，刚刚我已经讲了，我们正在了解核实情况，希望双方能够共同冷静谨慎处理。
Huh.
Wow.
Our bad, guys. Our weather balloon, you know, is traveling through the fucking air. It's a weather balloon. It's a civilian weather balloon.
Well, I was actually curious about that too. What do you think they mean by civilian?
Does
that mean
that it's probably, like, you know, a private company? What, you know what? Let's see. Let's
Private
Google
company,
it.
maybe university or something, like something.
What does China mean by civilian?
You think you're gonna get a? You think you're gonna get?
That's not it. That's not it.
You think you're gonna get?
Wow, damn, that was up there.
Oh well.
Son of a bitch.
I stand corrected. You know what? I was like, this is never
I
gonna
thought
work.
that was gonna be way too vague.
Shows what we know, Pat. Jesus.
Is this New York Times?
Yeah, I know.
I paid for a stupid subscription. I already paid for it. What are you talking about?
What was that thing? All right. Let's see if this works.
They couldn't have made the price $4.20. Had to be $4.25, really. Needed that extra nickel.
Here's what we know about the balloon. American military officials on Thursday said that they detected a high-altitude surveillance balloon launched by China floating in the skies of Montana, causing a diplomatic panic that led Secretary of State Anthony J. Blinken to postpone a planned trip to Beijing. On Friday, Chinese officials declared that the floating orb was a mainly balloon that had floated into American airspace and introduced the phrase force majeure, an action caused by forces beyond a party's control, into the conversation. The development comes months after President Biden and President Xi Jinping. Oh,
Sebs!
What's up?
What's good?
Up, everybody from Seb's chat. Squad. The squad.
Producer Sebs.
Oh shit! Just in time for more balloon discourse.
More balloon.
Yeah, guys, we're getting really
everybody,
high up in this
if everybody was
atmosphere.
looking for that sweet, sweet balloon content, we are the harbingers of balloon.
Nobody else is talking about this. I heard.
No one.
Very. So the development comes months after President Biden and President Xi Jinping of China met in high-stakes summit in Bali to publicly declare that neither wanted the fierce competition between their two superpowers to erupt in conflict. Here's what we know about the balloon. What happened and when? NBC News reported on Thursday afternoon that military officials had been monitoring for several days what they had determined to be a Chinese-made spy balloon floating over Montana. The Pentagon held a news briefing hours later. Brigadier General Pat Ryder, that's who we just saw in that video that Johnny played earlier. The Pentagon press secretary said the United States continues to track and monitor it closely. China's foreign ministry issued a statement that confirmed the balloon's origin, but disputed its alleged purpose. It is a civilian airship. This is what we read earlier. This is the exact quote that we read earlier. There's a lot of new people in chat, so I'll run through it again. It is a civilian airship used for research, mainly meteorological purposes, said the statement on the ministry's website. So apparently this is on the Chinese Foreign Ministry's website. Affected by the westerlies and with limited self-steering capability, which is confirmed by the CNN report from Pentagon officials, the airship deviated far from its planned course, the Chinese side regrets the unintended entry into the airship into U.S. airspace due to force majeure. In a briefing with reporters aboard Air Force One when the president was en route to Philadelphia, what's good, Karine Jean-Pierre, the White House press secretary, said that Mr. Biden had been briefed about the balloon on Tuesday. She said the balloon did not present a military threat, but called its presence a violation of our sovereignty, which is very funny coming from the United States government. Is this a big deal or not? It is a big enough deal for the State Department to cancel Mr. Blinken's planned trip without rescheduling it, and for the president to discuss the situation with his military advisors. A senior defense official told reporters on Thursday that similar balloons had been spotted before, like we read in that CNN statement, including in previous presidential administrations. The official also said that Mr. Biden had been briefed and had asked to review military options. The episode illustrates how high the tensions are and how much distrust remains between Washington and Beijing. On Friday, Mr. Blinken, who would have been the first American Secretary of State to visit China in 6 years, told the top foreign policy official in the Chinese Communist Party, Wang Yi, that the balloon's course was a violation of sovereignty and unacceptable. Some experts have questioned the decision not to send Mr. Blinken. We've got an important but problematic relationship which could get worse, said Richard N. Haas, the president of Council on Foreign Relations. The main purpose of the trip was to put some guardrails on the relationship. To me, this highlights the need for that more than ever. Why not shoot the balloon down? Mr. Biden's top generals recommended that he not use military force to shoot down the balloon because the debris could harm people on the ground. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and other Republicans have called for Mr. Biden to issue an aggressive response. China's brazen disregard for U.S. sovereignty is a destabilizing action that must be addressed, and President Biden cannot be silent. Mr. McCarthy said on Twitter, others called for more forceful action. Shoot down the balloon, former President Donald J. Trump wrote on his website on Friday morning.
The whole quote.
It's in all it's in all capitals also. Shoot down the balloon.
Hey, you can't shame all capitals in a stream with Johnny. Oh wait, Johnny, I think you're muted.
Yeah.
If I were still president, which I should be because I didn't lose, I would have shot down the balloon the second it entered American airspace. I would have shot down the balloon the second it left Chinese airspace.
Officials would not say how large the balloon was, but the military sent several F-22 fighter jets into the skies of Montana to get an estimate. It's sizable, according to.
Why not the F-23? Why not the Joint Strike Fighter? Why not that?
Trump would have sent the F-23s.
Yeah, Trump would have sent the F-23s, the plane that flies so good.
He would have sent the what's that one from Ukraine? He would have sent the
Oh, he would have sent the Ghost of Kiev.
The Ghost of Kiev.
Yeah, after the balloon.
Yeah, the Ghost of Kiev would have taken that balloon down. No problem. Would have
said, "What balloon?
What balloon?"
On Thursday, ABC News reported that an official described the balloon as the size of 3 buses.
Biden should issue a strongly worded balloon.
Anything with the metric system, huh?
Where is the balloon? On Friday, the balloon. Yeah, this balloon gets 40 rods to the hog's head. Where's the balloon? On Friday, the balloon remained in the sky above the center of the continental United States. General Ryder told reporters, but he said that the public would not be constantly updated on the sphere's whereabouts. It's like when you're writing it, you're like, I used the word balloon too much. Start calling it a sphere or an orb. What we're not going to do is get into an hour-by-hour location of the balloon, he added. The public has the ability to
No,
look
I
up in the
want
sky
that.
and- He then said the public has the ability to look up in the sky and see where the balloon is. A correction was made on February 3rd, 2023 due to an editing error. An earlier version of the article misstated the title of Wang Yi. Okay, whatever. So that was kind of a letdown because it says in the top of this Chinese spy balloon or civilian device, and I thought it was going to add a little bit more of like a, shed some light on what a civilian device would be. Is this something that is para-governmental in the sense that this is maybe not a device that was, or at least allegedly not from the Chinese government and maybe from some kind of Chinese corporation. Who knows? Also, you know what I mean? Like I said, it's not completely unthinkable that the Chinese government is engaging in some form of espionage. I'm sure that they are. So, I mean, their statements could be fraudulent.
I hope so.
As well.
I mean, like, here's the thing, Pat. I know that.
Welcome our balloon overlords.
Yeah, seriously.
Personally, I am all about the weapon to surpass Metal Gear. Spy balloon. So like, I support it. But, like, here's the thing, Pat, is that you keep bringing up all these, like, facts and logic, and you keep on bringing up all of these things that all of these, like, professionals and, like, people probably with degrees in, like, meteorology or something, or have experience with using these things, they keep dismissing that it's not a surveillance balloon or spy balloon. Who cares? I have this asshole telling me that it's a fucking spy balloon. So fuck you, fuck your science man, right? We just lost over 1 million people over the last 3 years, right? Because, god damn it, no one's going to tell me that I have to wear a fucking mask, right? Or take a vaccine, right? Because those give people heart attacks and stuff, even though those people that do have those heart attacks have probably had COVID multiple fucking times. And it's not like this virus causes, like, cardiovascular issues or anything.
Man, what is a civilian airship?
Yeah, I'm trying. Like, did that article even answer the question? Like, what does that mean that it's a civilian airship?
The airship comes from China and is of a civilian nature, used for scientific research.
A civilian nature, as opposed to.
That's what it says. That's from the foreign ministry's website from China. So good point. The communist spy balloon is accepted lore now. Yeah.
I mean, like, here's the thing, Pat. The other thing that, like,
this reminds me, just real quick before we get into that. This reminds me. Have you ever seen when people like start saying stuff like, "Don't use this new app because it's stealing your data" or something like that, or somebody on like Facebook is like, "I'm so smart because I'm not using the face recognition app, and all of my identity and all of my pictures on Facebook and every waking thought that I have on Facebook is completely secure because I have not used the facial recognition." It's like that level of like misplaced concern about what is being surveilled. Whereas like this is like another thing where they're like, do you see that? They're spying on us now. When, as I read in the previous reports, nothing about this balloon is necessarily different than what the many, many satellites that travel around, Chinese satellites that travel through low orbit over the United States can do. So like acting like this is some kind of like new and like a new push into Chinese surveillance into our country is just nothing but media blowhards looking for attention.
Look, Pat. No, go on, David.
That reminded me, that thing you said about Facebook just unlocked like a weird core memory in my brain where do you remember when everybody like decided to post that copy pasta or whatever that was like,
yes,
I don't give Facebook the permission to like use my. I'm like, you guys think that's like real? Like, do you think that makes a difference? Like,
I also love when somebody shares a video with a song in it and they feel the need to be like, I do not own the rights to
yeah.
And it's like, oh, I thought you owned the rights to Appetite for Destruction.
Oh, you're not.
I thought you were the sole proprietor of Welcome to the Jungle by Guns N' Roses.
So, look, I may not be one. I may actually be one of those people that doesn't use the face recognition or thumbprint recognition on their phone because I have certain ideas about privacy and not using biometrics for my phone. All right. I may feel a little attacked by your previous statement. But it's just like, yeah, I get it.
Stream online.
Dude, it doesn't have to make sense, all right? It's about vibes, okay? That's I thought, like, you know.
Yeah, we've thrown facts and logic out the window. We're a balloon vibe stream now. We are.
Yeah.
You were really harshing my balloon vibes in this stream.
You're really harshing.
Float, man.
Yeah,
whatever the payload is.
Floating, man. We all float around here.
Look, this man right here, he's the ex-defense chief, and like he can't even wrap his head around what
concern on this guy's face.
What is the payload? It could be anything. It could be nukes. It could be sarin gas. It could be, you know, something that turns all of our men into cat girls. It could be
sounds gay. I'm in.
It could be anything. All right. You know, I did not notice the coffee cup collection before. Duty, honor, country. Is that just like a ripoff of like the, you know, for Queen and Country type shit?
Probably. All of the dumb nationalistic shit we do is a ripoff of something British.
Right? It kind of feels like all of our shit is just like a weaker version of like the UK.
The mug next to it is a 101st Airborne mug. This guy likes paratroopers, so he's a psychopath.
Yeah, no, he went to West Point.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, Mark Esper, right? You know, this is from, what is this, 2019, right? So
talking about Mark Esper.
I'm talking about Mark Esper, all right. So this is Esper being the new hawk flying above the Pentagon. I think this is after Bolton got removed.
Did you already mention that he is like an executive for Lockheed Martin or Boeing? I mean,
yeah, right here. This is not the first time Esper brought up a fantastical idea. While lobbying for Raytheon, he worked with other lobbyists in convincing the Pentagon to pay $2.7 billion for 2 blimps. Now, chat, I know you might be wondering what a blimp is. It's a lot like a balloon.
$1 billion and change a blimp. That's over $1 billion for a balloon. What the?
There it is. Look at that.
This is, you know,
look at that beautiful thing. It's got like a little ball sack.
No, it's got a ball. Oh god, it's got a ball sack.
Not to bring up like AOC, but have you ever seen that video of AOC like grilling? I forget exactly who the person was, about like the price of some like cog, like some like small like cog that is used in some kind of military equipment, and she's like grilling the person like, why does this cost this much? And she's kind of like bringing it up to be like, there's like this when there's weapon contractors in bed with the United States government, and they can essentially charge these like absolutely like astronomically expensive amounts for these like things that cost very little to create, and why is the American taxpayer footing the bill for these absurdly expensive things? You can look at this, you know, one of the good things that AOC has done is definitely that moment, I would say, but
yeah, she has her moments.
Very similar to that, where you have blimps that are costing billions and billions of dollars, probably being created by companies like Raytheon, who Mark Esper has served as an executive for, who then finds his way as Secretary of Defense under Donald Trump. You know, these types of conflicts of interest should be like absolutely illegal. Like the fact that we still allow this type of incestuous relationship in our government is abhorrent.
Did you see what the rest of the paragraph says?
No, go ahead and read it out for me.
So the $2.7 billion U.S. blimps for 2 blimps that are promised to be the ultimate radar to help defend the U.S. capital region. Yet, as Los Angeles Times investigation revealed, the blimps struggled to detect and identify flying objects, which included a 61-year-old Douglas Hughes flown by a postal worker. In 2015, the blimp accidentally broke loose and crashed, knocking down power lines along its uncharted course above Pennsylvania, like the fucking Hindenburg.
I just love somebody in like a control thing somewhere with like a headset on, and they're like, "Blimp's loose, blimp's loose." You know, we lost the blimp.
We have lost the blimp.
What, motherfucker? What do you want me to do?
It's a blimp.
They're like, "Sir, could you repeat what you just said to me?" Blimp, sir. The blimp.
It's in Allah's hands now.
Yeah, Sebs. Yeah, 80 million for Medicaid for all. Too expensive. Where would we get the money?
No, god damn. All right, I really need to get like something to block this shit. Because this is the same guy, the 61-year-old mailman from a small town on Florida's Gulf Coast who dearly wants to campaign finance reform flew his fragile little ultralight gyrocopter through some of the most closely protected aerospace on the planet and landed on the west lawn of the U.S. Capitol and called it Project Kitty Hawk. He even announced his plans on the internet in his hometown newspaper. He said he felt compelled to do what he could to halt corruption in the nation's capital. See, here's the thing. You can't halt corruption because it's just inherently corrupt. Like, you just need to get what you mean is you want to get rid of all of it. You're never getting rid of it.
What is that going to do to stop corruption?
I don't know. Do you think that at 61 years old he does?
Yeah.
He's come up with this. I'm going to land a gyrocopter on the front lawn of the Capitol.
And what am I doing with my life, man? Fuck.
Yeah, but, you know.
A good sense of their level of technological capability. The Chinese have been spying on us for years, for decades. We know the FBI tells us that, every 12 hours they open up an espionage case. To me, this is a brazen act. And so at the political level, we have to push back. We have to defend American sovereignty. And we have to make clear to the Chinese that we're not going to tolerate this.
Is that your sense of why it would be flying over Montana, because of that air base that maintains and operates those intercontinental ballistic missiles?
Well, that would be my first guess, but until we know what type of instrumentation they have in the payload, we wouldn't know for sure. There are other facilities, things we do in that part of the country. So that's why I would want to get a hold of that technology and find out. But again, that's at the intelligence level. At the political level, we have to send a very strong message back that we won't tolerate this behavior. And now, look, maybe there's a counterintelligence value that we see by letting it pass overhead. Maybe there's more. There's always more to this than that meets the eye. And I wouldn't be privy to that now. So I give the Pentagon some room here. But those are the big questions that I think people should ask, members of Congress should be asking as they dig into this further.
What kind of options does the U.S. have for responding, for sending the message that you think that they should send?
Well,
hell and fury!
Capturing the equipment or shooting it down would be a strong message. There's obviously...
So, do you think, just based on that little gyrocopter article that you read, and then also this balloon, do you think this speaks more to a overall incompetence of the United States air safety, that these things can happen, or do you think that there's something more sinister about that there's very little way that this massive of an object would be able to float all the way into the interior of the United States without some kind of
Are you saying this thing has a cloaking device, Pat?
A weapon to surpass Metal Gear? Nanomachines? Nanomachines.
Communist cloak of invisibility? Yeah.
Nukes.
I'm just saying, yeah, and Sebs, that's the other thing. It is rich, and kind of like what Dave was saying. I don't mean to engage in quote unquote whataboutism, but it is very rich to hear from the United States government that our sovereignty is being violated through entries into our airspace and surveillance being done against our national will. That is a very rich statement from the United States.
Yeah, because we don't do that.
Never. I can't think of a single time.
Also,
I've also never read a book.
How many times have we influenced a foreign election through fucking Facebook?
Oh God. How many times has Facebook done a genocide?
Right. And it's not as if Facebook doesn't also own Instagram, or that YouTube isn't also owned by Google, or that Google doesn't do something fucking similar.
Or the fact that the Patriot Act was passed in the early 2000s, which essentially gives every single American citizen absolutely no right to their own privacy.
Not just U.S. citizens, Pat, the world.
And that's how and that's how New England got all those Super Bowls.
Prankster. Hey, we're gonna put a military base in your country. You're welcome.
Things are gonna be looking up from here on out.
Yeah.
And you can still look, for example, in places like Jeju, the islands outside of Korea, where there's still protests till this day that they want the military base removed from Jeju. But the oh, you're gonna bring it up? Yeah, Jeju Island protests.
Yeah. Okinawans famously love the Navy and Marine Corps.
We definitely don't. There's the old Jeju uprising where, just countless.
Isn't that it's been a while since I listened to Blowback, but isn't that also an island where they killed like 100,000 people for being communist? Yeah.
Go up. Up.
All the way up.
Down. Down.
I wanted to see if they had anything more recent. Oh, this one or this one?
Police removed protesters blocking the gates of Jeju Island Naval Base.
You want that one?
Yeah, sure. I mean, that seems to be in line with what we're saying.
Wow, it's like a bunch of old people sitting in like plastic fucking chairs from Walmart.
Yeah,
look at these violent terrorists, chat. Listen to them singing.
Listen how violent they are. They're just bloodthirsty.
Johnny, I'm sending you a Wikipedia page about this controversy.
All right.
In the Discord.
Actually, a pretty good song though. Yeah, this lady's doing a good job.
Yeah, this shit slaps.
Yeah. Well, happy Fuck 12 Friday, everyone.
Oh, that's right. It is Fuck 12 Friday, isn't it?
Does that mean we gotta play the song?
Because then I have to edit it out.
Well, only if we get a hype train, you know?
Only if.
Only if we get a hype train. Some Rascal up in the chat, some...
Rascal's my shit.
We might even play a little bit of punk, you know? Who knows?
No, they get upset about that.
Why do they get upset about that?
I'm just kidding, they don't.
Punk's too hard, bro.
Also, where is the music coming from is what I need to know.
Just pull up that wiki page because I think we get the idea of what's happening. Oh, look, wait, never mind. They're picking them up. They're picking them up like they're walking a sultan through the streets. So there was...
All right.
There was much controversy during the construction of Jeju Naval Base, which is a joint civil and Republic of Korea naval base constructed by the South Korean government in Ganjeong village on the southern coast of Jeju Island. Construction had been halted 7 times by protesters concerned about the base's environmental impact and who saw it as a U.S.-driven project aimed at China rather than enhancing South Korean defense. In July 2012, the South Korean Supreme Court upheld the base's construction. It is expected to host up to 20 military vessels and occasional civilian cruise ships. So 7 times throughout the years, this has been halted by protesters. The coastline surrounding Ganjeong village consists of one contiguous volcanic rock. The estuary is Jeju Island's only rock wetland and acts as home to several endangered species and soft coral reefs. In 1991, the Jeju provincial government designated the coastline surrounding Ganjeong village an absolute conservation area. In 2012, the area where the naval base constructed is currently ongoing was designated as a UNESCO Biosphere Conservation Area. In 2009, Island Governor Kim Tae-hwan nullified the ACA designation to proceed with the naval base construction. The Jeju branch of Korean Federation of Environmental Movements have criticized the Navy's environmental impact assessment, noting that several endangered species are absent from the report.
Huh.
So yeah, people are pretty upset about this. And if, and just to add insult to injury, or add maybe this being the insult that's on top of the injury, Jeju, if you're familiar, was one of the areas with probably one of the most sinister extermination campaigns of the occupation era of United States forces, just liquidating villages throughout the island.
Pat, so I meant to bring this up. What was the name of the incident where during the Korean War the U.S. dropped some things for some pretty innocent farmers to find.
Bombs?
Oh, wait, did they drop it, or was it, are you talking about when we withdrew from certain places in North Korea and left chicken feathers with smallpox all over them for people to find? Yeah. Literal biological warfare. Classy.
Well, they really don't have much of anything, do they?
I wish I knew which blowback episode it was in.
No, I don't remember which episode it was, but I was kind of hoping I could find something pretty easy, but it looks like apparently not. Smallpox, Korean War, U.S.-Germ warfare in Korea. That's 22 minutes long.
Yeah, we can throw it on. I'd be interested in hearing about it.
Fine.
If it was 15, we'd be fine.
Do what you want to do.
If you don't want to, we don't have to.
No, I'm fucking around.
It's fucking Friday. I didn't...
Well, this is like actual footage.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, this was made by Good Korea, right?
I have no idea right now. Could be either. Is this by Good Korea or Colonized Korea? And I have no idea. A Korean national film studio production. Yeah, it could be either way.
I have heard people take umbrage with the classification of like Good Korea and Bad Korea because South Korea never chose to be an American colony. And
which is why I didn't say Bad Korea. I said Colonized Korea. And you can argue all you want, but...
Clip it and ship it.
Clip it and ship it. I did not say Bad Korea.
Debate me, bro.
중국과 소련을 침략하기 위해서 자기들의 총정력과 19개 국가의 고용병들을 조선 전선에 끌어들였습니다. 그러나 미 제국주의자들은 자기 조국의 자유와 독립을 위해서 골기한 조선인민들의 단결된 위력과 영웅적 조선인민 군대의 정의의 총칼 앞에 수치스러운 참패를 당하였습니다. 참패를 거듭한 미제 원수놈들은 국제법규와 인류의 도덕을 배반하고 자기들의 참패를 만회하려
I think this is the incident, there are no subtitles available. This is the incident where I think they... Is this against TOS? TOS is only blood, right? You can show anything else, right?
So weird.
Wait, Ross, is that like a legit statement, or like did they announce that, or is that just hopeful thinking? All right, fine. We can't play that. I wanted to see if there's literally nothing on YouTube about like the smallpox attack.
It's almost like they don't want you to know about it. It's not the forgotten war, it's the repressed war.
It's the repressed war. Oh god. I guess we'll try this one. Hopefully nothing too grim happens. This is New China TV, everyone.
This is a balloon broadcast TV. I don't know what it's
called. The reports that I found came from me last year, the final piece of the puzzle. Central Intelligence Agency, the U.S. CIA, as part of their celebration of the 60th anniversary of the Korean War, released...
Why would you celebrate that? I was going to say, what?
They held, previously had been classified to the public. I found approximately 24.
See, that's how you know the woke mind virus has really afflicted the CIA and the U.S. State Department, because now they're celebrating their L's like...
I just sent... There's a,
liberalism.
There's a Wikipedia page for biological warfare in the Korean War,
All right,
allegations of it.
Check that. I'll check that in a second, but I do want to see the rest of this. Also, yo, check this out. Is that like a Chinese state official? What the fuck?
The kinds of pathogens we're talking about precisely were things like anthrax, plague, bubonic plague, undulant or rabbit fever, acute fever, hemorrhagic diseases of various sorts, cholera, dysentery. Smallpox possibly also used. Fort Detrick, of course, is in the center, is at the center and still is, of U.S. biological warfare research. And back in the early 1950s, they worked closely with the CIA as well. There was something called the Special Operations Division within Fort Detrick that worked on making biological weapons 2 to 3 weeks after the first public accusations of germ warfare, utilizing methods similar to Unit 731. The man who interviewed Ishii and other members of 731.
Unit 731, probably one of the most disgusting things to ever exist on this planet.
Yep, that was the guy that used to do this.
Yeah, what did Ishii, I feel like, didn't he have like a son or
there was
a nephew or something?
I think that you might be thinking of a different guy who was involved with Unit 731, whose grandson was, past tense, Shinzo Abe.
Yeah, we went into that one day on the stream, some of those relations. When the United States forces arrived in Korea, just pretty much saddled up with the occupational forces that were there, kept many of the the colonial police officers in place, as well as the many heads of state, and pretty much just utilized them against the resistance forces that were communist in nature and also ready to set up their own government once the Japanese were, as they expected, to be deported from the country, which was unfortunately not what happened. Tragically not what happened.
Yeah, rest in piss, Abe.
I got with a fallout gun.
You know, how important it was to keep security around this issue. If anyone broke security on it, they would report it. How even some of the pilots didn't know what they were flying. We have above a preponderance of the evidence now showing that the United States engaged in biological warfare campaign. But I think we need is an international commission, and then we start to move on. And the only way to reestablish trust and restore the world where diplomacy, not saber rattling, would be by settling the issue of past crimes.
Yeah, maybe in a better world that, like, you know. All right, let's see this thing that
after the revolution, buddy.
Real quick, I just want to see this thing that Ross.
I wish someone would blow my back out like Shinzo.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Somebody please make that an alert. Please, I beg you. I don't have the ability, please.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god, alright. Fuck, oh god, it like hurt my head. DPRK helping Russia rebuild LPR and DPR. No word from DPRK defector Yeonmi Park as to whether North Koreans will have to push the train. Pyongyang also to send police officers and military personnel to the LPR DPR to participate in reconstruction work. Well, that's cool. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for that update, Ross. I wish there was, you know, more that we could.
Oh, you found what you're looking for.
share about it. Yeah, I did. I really did almost black out. All right. So, did you send it to me in the Discord?
Yeah.
There we go. Matthew Ridgway, commander in Korea.
Sounds like a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Your middle name's Bunker.
Where?
Go back to his name. Matthew Ridgway.
Bunker? What the fuck?
Matthew Bunker Ridgway.
Was his family originally from like Albania?
I'm not sure. He was just made to be a military man.
1952, the People's Volunteer Army headquarters received a report. Oh shit! Yeah, I almost forgot, Pat. Did I ever show you this shirt?
Yeah, read it.
It says, "All possible greetings, yours, Lenin. P.S. Trotsky has sent a silly letter. We shall, what does that fucking say?
We shall neither print it nor
neither print it nor respond to it." Or to him. Yeah.
Oh, yo, Unelectables in. What up?
What up?
Hey, what's up?
So, is there any particular part of this that we should get to that? Oh, there's the fucking bombs. It's crazy because that black and white footage literally had this same shit. Bacterial
I didn't know anything about this beforehand that I would be able to say like, oh yeah, let's go into this. I was just saying that we were looking for like videos and stuff. There's a Wikipedia page with a bunch of information on it.
Also alleged that U.S. Brigadier General Crawford Sams had carried out a secret mission behind their lines at Wonsan in March 1950. The U.S. government said that he had been investigating a reported outbreak of bubonic plague in North Korea, but had determined it was hemorrhagic smallpox. Jesus Christ. Sam's mission had been launched in the U.S. Navy's LC 10091. What's up?
This hemorrhagic fever versus bubonic plague shit has probably famous horses' ears have to be ringing right now.
Yeah. Horses, somewhere in the internet, just like,
just like, what the fuck?
Coming around.
What does this have to do with horse? I'm curious. I don't know the context.
Horse goes on deep dives because I think like he studied like Japanese history and shit, and like went to school in China and a bunch of other shit. Like,
wow.
Yeah.
So he's very knowledgeable about this stuff.
Very. After covert missions in North Korea from October of 1951, it was at Kojedo testing residents and refugees for malaria. Some authors have emphasized Sam's relationship with biological warfare actors, which both China and North Korea found suspicious. According to Japanese historian Takame Eiji, Sam's had a relationship with the former members of Imperial Japan's Biological Warfare Department, Unit 731. Appointed by General MacArthur as the head of the post-war occupations government public health and welfare section, Sams was instrumental in founding Japan's National Institute of Health, whose first deputy, Kojima Saburo, was an Ishii associate. Saburo then recruited other former Unit 731 personnel for the new institute. According to AG, Sams and others in PH&W not only knew of these men's sordid past, but actively solicited their cooperation. What are the counterclaims, though? Let's both sides this.
On both sides. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Let's both sides this.
Really?
Because somewhere in the middle, only at the center, do we find the truth.
We are radical centrism stream now.
Deciding if I'm done work kind of might be. Biological warfare on the DPRK.
The U.S. and its allies responded by describing the allegation.
I'm sorry, which part were you looking at?
I was just looking at the top, just trying to figure out what's going on.
It's a communist front organization.
What is the ADL?
Yeah, the IADL. What the hell is the IADL?
I don't know, but if they're a communist front organization, I'm in.
Instrumental activities of daily no. International. I assume it's this. International
Association of Distance Learning. No, it's Democratic Lawyers, I assume. Can you click that Wikipedia for the International Association? Oh, yeah. It's an international organization of left-wing and progressive jurists associated with sections and members of 50 countries and territories, along with facilitating contact and exchange of views between and among lawyers and lawyers associations of all countries. The IADL works to conduct research on legal issues affecting human, political, and
BRB, becoming a lawyer so I can join this.
Contemporary European history. What's this? Under false colors, a report of the character of the International Association of Democratic Lawyers. It's from The Hague.
They had DNGO right there.
So The Hague is saying that it's communist controlled?
Oh, it's from this is from the so this thing right here, right? The IDL soon became communist controlled. The United States especially became aggravated, blah 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 blah, right? So because of this, they then created their own organization called the Jurists, International Commission of Jurists, right? As a response, the CIA. So that's how you know, right, that it's above board.
It's good.
Yeah. If the CIA is telling you that it's not good, that means that it's not good. You got to trust the CIA.
Can you move that for a second? I got to see that. From 1967, the IADL was one of the original NGOs accredited with consultative 2 status with ECOSOC and is represented at UNESCO and UNICEF. The association is also a member of the Conference of NGOs of the United Nations. Okay.
Yeah, everything here sounds above board. This sounds perfectly trustworthy and not at all like, a front for the U.S. State Department. I mean, look, the Soviet Union was funding the organization, right? This International Association of Democratic Lawyers was $100,000.
Oh my God.
And that's from the Hoover Institution Press at Stanford University.
$100,000 is like fucking nothing to like an international organization of that size, to be honest.
Anything with Hoover's name attached to it, is not going to be reactionary at all.
Yeah, no. So this,
famously not a body remover.
Yeah. Obviously we can't trust anything that like this association says about U.S. war crimes because obviously they're biased.
Yeah, which is funny too, because it's like, at this point, the history of United States war crimes that occurred in the post-war period are so well documented that it's like to have one of the main criticisms levied against this organization being like, they claimed we did bad things in Korea. It's like, there was like that whole massacre at Nogi Run where fleeing. Can you bring that up for me real quick?
Yes, I can. That's exactly what I was referring to before. I couldn't remember.
That's the one where they bombed fleeing civilians, or
not even fleeing?
Most of them, I believe. But
I think I have to be thinking of a different one because there was another one where they like just straight up strafed.
I forget exactly how it's spelled. Just put in Korean massacre and Korea War massacre.
That wasn't far off. Why did it tell me? Oh, that's not it.
No gunry. Sorry. All right. Go up. Why are you running all over the place?
I don't know. I have ADD. All right.
Yeah. So do I.
So do I.
Can you go to the top so I can read it, please?
This is the top.
Okay.
Is there a delay?
Well, I'm looking at the Twitch stream, so there is a little bit, but early in the Korean War, an undetermined number of South Korean refugees were killed in a U.S. air attack and by small and heavy weapons fire of the American 7th Cavalry regime. A lot of the atrocities of South Korea actually occurred. And it's important to note these are South Korean refugees,
right,
not North Korean combatants or even North Korean suspected civilian enablers or something like that, like whatever bullshit that they'll use that like they aid guerrillas or something like that. These are South Korean refugees. Most of the things that were carried out against South Koreans were done at the behest of the United States government. But this is one of the occasions where we can draw a direct connection between the United States and the killing itself. So, it was at a railroad bridge in 2005. South Korean government inquest certified the names of 163 dead, missing, and 55 wounded, and added.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were looking at something else and you were talking about the bridge, so I figured I'd pull up a picture. I'm sorry.
The No Gun Re Peace Foundation estimated that 250 to 300 were killed, mostly women and children. Pablo Picasso actually painted a picture of this. There's a painting that he did that's like a commemoration of this.
Interesting that you mentioned Picasso, because I was gonna say this also reminds me of like, and don't think for a second, chat, that this is like, you know, the only time that fascists have used airplanes to murder people, because like since the advent of fighter airplanes, the first ones that were ever used were
Libya, right?
Hitler and Mussolini, in Libya, and then afterwards in Spain against fleeing Republican troops, or not troops, fleeing Republican civilians.
Wait. Learn that. So you're saying that was the first time that chemical warfare was used, or
no, the first time bombs were ever dropped from an airplane
dropped bombs
was
from
Libya.
From a fighter plane. Yeah,
I thought that it was from U.S. biplanes on striking miners.
Oh, yeah, you're
Battle
right.
for Blair
You're
Mountain.
Right. That is true.
First aerial bombardment. Soil was Battle for Blair Mountain. Blair Mountain.
Wow, I read a different thing that said that the first time. Can you bring up what happened in Libya? I want to see what.
They actually also did have a thing about Libya in this search.
Where are we looking? Where's Libya?
Show
about... me Libya.
Oh yeah, 100 years ago, world's first aerial bomb dropped over Libya or something like that.
I think it does beat it by like, you know, a couple
10
of years. Yeah. A couple.
I mean, either way, they've been doing it for a long time is the point. Whether Italians or Americans did the fascism first can be debated.
Wait, Blair Mountain and Black Wall Street, the Tulsa massacre, that was the same year?
Jesus.
That's crazy.
And I know this was like the 60s or 70s, but then...
The move bombing?
Yeah, the move bombing. When Philadelphia PD decided to bomb a city block with kids in it.
Oh, are you talking about in Philly?
Yeah.
Yeah, the move bombing.
That is crazy.
And if you people say the U.S. isn't fascist, I like.
Yeah, I hate to break it to you, but it's kind of always been. And it's like, I think that is the number one reason why so many people are always like, you know, very
85.
What's that?
Oh, Matt said it was 85.
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there you go. You got it on the screen. I'm looking at the wrong screen.
You're good. What the fuck is it? I'm like going all over the place. This is probably why I shouldn't be in charge of this stuff, but regardless.
I'm so happy I'm not in charge of stuff.
But like, I think that like so many people always try and push back against Gerald Horne's work when it comes to like the history of the United States, because it literally just shows its irredeemable like history, that like there's no like, you know, part in its history where it's just like, no, this is redeemable, this is good, this is the good years for, you know, everybody in the US, and not like just a century, you know, 2 centuries of just like, you know, fascism.
Just nonstop.
And it's like, what's that?
And it was very much and largely like the prototypical fascist state, even if you like maybe have some kind of like argument about like the actual mechanisms of fascism, to say that, you know, fascist leaders were not inspired by the United States settler colonial project would just be incorrect.
Especially because most of them will just flat out say it. Most of them will be like, hey, it's really cool how you wiped out indigenous people. I think we should do that to Jews and Slavs. Like, it's right there.
Yeah, and this is like, you know, here's a really good quote that I can bring up for you. You can actually find this quote on the Subversive History Facebook page if you were interested, because we did a post on this back in the old... Here, listen to this. So, this is the great post-war myth, the comforting fantasy that the Nazis were a new order of monsters and that their crimes were without precursor or precedent. They were not. Much of Nazi ideology and many of the crimes committed in its name were part of a longer trend in European history. Nazism was both a culmination and a distortion of decades of German and European history and philosophy. It was in part the final homecoming of theories and practices that Europeans had developed and perfected in far-flung corners of the world during the last phase of imperial conquest. That is a quote from Kaiser's Holocaust, Germany's Forgotten Genocide and the Roots of Nazism, the Colonial Roots of Nazism, I think is the full quote of that, or the full name of that book.
That reminds me of, have you guys listened to, do you know Dan Arrows, the YouTuber, his like podcast, The Iron Dice?
I've never actually listened to the podcast that much, but I'm familiar with the YouTube content.
Dude, it's so good, and there's so many things that just reminded me of, and it's like, yeah, that's it.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first episode of The Iron Dice.
The vibe is in shambles. But, oh shit, what were we just talking about before that?
Oh, how Nazi fascism was inspired by U.S. history.
Yeah, being inspired by other things. And, like, he talks a lot about, like, especially because it's just about the years in between, like, 1917 and the 40s. So, like, he talks a lot about how, like, it wasn't like Hitler, like, woke up someday and he was like, have this revolutionary new idea that I'm going to use to take over the world. He was like, he just took advantage of everybody's prejudices and you know, the same bullshit the fascists always take advantage of. He just did it better.
I would go I think that even looking at 1917 is a like woefully shallow way of like, Johnny, do you want to bring up the Wikipedia for the Nama and the Herero genocide?
How do you spell that?
Nama is Nama.
There we go. Oh no, that's not that.
There it is.
God damn it!
It was right there, yeah. So this was a campaign of ethnic extermination and collective punishment waged by the German Empire against the Herero and the
Yes,
Nama
I think he does talk about this a little.
In German Southwest Africa. It was the first genocide of the 20th century, occurring between 1904 and 1908, years before World War I occurred. So, and if you look here, there was the use of, can you bring up Shark Island concentration camp?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, prior to Auschwitz, prior to Birkenau, prior to Treblinka, you had Shark Island, which is one of 5 concentration camps in German Southwest Africa. It was located on Shark Island off of Lüderitz in the far southwest territory, which today is Namibia. It was used by German Empire during the Herero Nama genocide. Many people died there. Now, if you put all this into context, this was happening at the same time that there was burgeoning racial science fields that were blossoming. It was very popular all throughout Germany. And not only was there this racial supremacist, racial hygienic, pseudoscience becoming very popular, there was also novels that were being very popular about the Wild West type of situation that was going on in the United States. This was like a completely idealized version of what was happening, but there was a very popular novels at the time of German settlers going to the west of the United States to settle there, and there being this like glorious Wild West fantasy life out there. And this really brought the German people into a very, with this alongside with like the racial sciences and the racial hygiene, and then, an attempted settler colonial project in Namibia with its own, concentration camps and extermination, genocidal exterminations. This was not like new territory for Germany or really any colonial power to be engaging in.
what the hell were they called? Like Penny something. Like the imagined stories of like the Wild West and shit. I mean, and this was also at the same.
Book. It's all in that book that I quoted in the beginning. If you want to read more about it, look up Kaiser's Holocaust is what it's called. And
I've told you about phrenology before, right?
Well, I mean, I think we all know. I think we know what phrenology is.
You'd be surprised. There are people that are not aware of, the calipers-based, race science. That
I met this really cool character in a video game. His name's Measurehead. He has some interesting ideas, but they're.
And also, Sin Chow brought it up. They said, "Hey, Manifest Destiny. Let's do Lebensraum." The concept of Lebensraum, which is living space, elbow room for the German people, essentially.
Yep.
Lebensraum was coined far before Hitler. This was if you bring that up, it's going to talk about is a concept. Yeah, first popularized around 1901. So the very concept that was adopted by Hitler in his eastward expansion in his settler colonial project to conquer Eastern Europe was inspired by Manifest Destiny, and this explicit, concept existed well before Hitler and well before World War I. A lot of people erroneously state that World War I and the Paris, the Treaty of Versailles immiserated Germany and left them in such a bad place that they were very susceptible to Hitler and his crazy ideas. When in reality, all of this was burgeoning well before that.
When did Malthus write his bullshit? Because I feel like that has a lot to do with it. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that might have been some of the start of the snowball.
He was a cleric.
In terms of just East European thoughts about.
You could say that, but he was only born in 1766, and like European racial supremacy had existed for hundreds of years at that point anyway. You know what I mean? So it's not like they didn't need much of a push to get into South America had already been genocided at this point. You know what I mean? Vast portions of North America, Africa, India.
He was born in Bath. Get the fuck out. Yeah, no, this dude definitely fucking believed in, like, racial hierarchies, especially amongst the English. Like, this dude definitely thought that, like, Scots, Irish, and Welsh were all beneath him. I'm telling you right fucking now.
He said they were swarthy. You know what I mean?
Oh,
yes, name is Benjamin Franklin.
Yeah.
No, it's, I've been to Bath, or at least that's where he died. But yeah, it says he was born in.
That's
Surrey.
where the Bath party's from, right? The Bathists.
No,
that's where the Bath.
No, that's how they pronounce fucking.
I was joking. I know that the Iraqi Bath Party is not from this place in England, but I thought that was a funny joke.
Is the Bath?
It's where they invented washing yourself daily.
It's not really a bath. It's not from the Bath region of England. It's really just sparkling rinsing water.
Flat shower.
I'm kind of I'm disappointed.
I'm here for the Bath party. You have a loofah. I heard this is where the Bath party would be.
Well, that's funny. I've heard
just wearing a towel around your waist.
I thought this was where the Bath party would be.
It's kind of funny. I remember hearing from somebody that like the Baathists weren't socialist, but it says right here its motto is unity, liberty, socialism.
It depends on who you're asking. If you ask the people at Flame of Liberation,
I know.
But then also, I think so. If you read Tariq Ali. If you read Tariq Ali, I think there actually was like some based factions within the Ba'ath Party, and then Saddam had his way with them through CIA provided name lists of communists within the party, and he pretty much exterminated those that were like more based Baathists, and then that kind of disfigured the party. I know this only off of reading like one book. I am definitely not an expert on Iraq.
That's
but
one more book than me.
Tariq Ali has a really good book called Bush in Babylon, which I read about it. Which
Pat will always be one book ahead of you.
One book ahead. It's always got to.
But apparently, it's called Bath or Bath from if you're from America. because this is where ancient Romans used to get their fucking on. Apparently.
Oh, that's real. Oh, so Dave, you were right that's like the originator of Bath is that area. Look at you.
Wow.
Oh, you didn't?
I was hot shit.
No, you didn't know.
Oh crap!
You just guessed that?
Maybe it was an epigenetic memory. Maybe that's the Italian half word. I got the shivers. They told me.
Yeah, there's. I have an ancestor that vacations in this shitty, rainy island one time.
And before they engaged in their devious sexual acts with minors, they washed their parts.
Yeah. See, that was revolutionary. They used to engage in devious sex acts with minors without washing their parts at all.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing, though, guys, is that it was considered devious then. I mean, not then. It's considered devious now, but not then. God. It's still like the
debate stream.
The funniest shit is that like ancient Greece is like, you know, you're only gay if you're a full-grown man.
If you receive it. Yeah, if you receive the sex.
Yeah, if you're a bottom, then you're gay.
It's like prison mentality in the minds of like
it's just only if you're a only true gays in ancient Greek life were bottoms, all right? And they were incredibly homophobic. I think. No, wait, no.
It was honestly it's so gay.
Also gay
on a curve.
It's no, because I mean, you got to also consider Sparta. That was like they didn't care if it was like boy, man, right? Didn't matter. They were like violent, like angry gay. They were like mask for mask, like the entire time.
That's like the funny trope is that like every like pseudo alpha male is like, you know, it's like Spartans. It's like 300.
That's exactly who I'm talking about.
It's like actually.
Hard iron sharpens iron, as they say.
Yeah, it's also kind of ironic that like most people that have like the Spartan helmet like on the back of their like, you know, Jeep Patriot or whatever don't realize that like the Spartans were like incredibly gay, right? Like angry gay.
It's like, do you think they had freedom? Most of the people that lived in Sparta were slaves. Like, they had two kings. Like,
I heard someone else say that Sparta was like run by women or something like that.
I mean, like those were the only people left alive because like you're dying.
Who do you think was gonna do anything responsible in that situation?
While everyone else is out just being gay and going to war,
fighting and fucking.
Well, I mean, like the other thing is that like it was also incredibly violent because like part of your coming of age as like a man was when you're like a teenager and you're forced to like live basically as like a vagabond, right? Like you're homeless, you have to steal and not get caught, otherwise you will get punished, right? And you also have to like kill a slave in order to like, you know, redeem your manhood or whatever. Yeah, no, it's like we got the democracy from the ancient Greeks. Like, no, you didn't. You got like the most like psycho fucking bullshit like the world has ever seen.
Also, Aristotle was like a literal believer in the concept of like birthright slavery. I mean, that's why they call it aristocracy, because of Aristotle, is because, you know, he believed that there were some like segments of society, like you are born with the essence of a slave, like, and thus it is your life's destiny to be slave, and there's nothing that you can do to
I was gonna try and find. Who did you say it was? Aristotle.
Aristotle. Just type in Aristotle and slaves. I don't know if you have to put essence of a slave. I don't know if that's the exact. There you go.
Yes.
All right.
Slave by nature.
Slavery, but it's only in the Aristotelian sense.
I still think there's a lot of like. Personally, I think there's a lot of good things from Aristotle and Plato. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't necessarily like throw out all of their writings.
But here's the thing: how do we even know that it's their writings?
What do you mean?
Like, how can we prove that it's their writings when we read their writings?
How can you prove that a demon has not entered my brain and inserted these falsehoods into me, like Rene Descartes would say? Can you prove it?
Oh shit, Pat's telling on himself.
And this is why philosophy is fucking stupid, and why, you know what? I don't blame you that we don't do theory sometimes when you say shit like that.
It's not called subversive philosophy for a reason.
Well, you asked me kind of an absurd question of like, how do you know? And it's like, I don't know, dude. How do you know anything?
How do you know anything?
History is a pack of lies agreed upon.
How did you feel if anything you said on this? I was like, but how do you know?
How do you define what? How do you define you? How do you define R?
But yeah.
Have you ever seen
How do you define anything? How do you define men? How do you define a world without men?
You go back up for a second. I just want to read this out.
All right, fine.
If you, there's a Michael Peretti talk on human nature where he brings up this concept specifically, which is why I brought it up. Are you able to scroll up or?
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that part. All right.
In his work, The Politics, Aristotle describes a natural slave as anyone who, while being human, is by nature not his own, but of someone else. And further states he is of someone else when, while being human, he is a piece of property, and a piece of property is a tool for action separate from its owner. From this, Aristotle defines natural slavery as two phases. The first is a natural slave's existence and characteristics. The second is natural slave in society and in interaction with their master. According to Aristotle, natural slaves' main features include being pieces of property, tools for actions, and belonging to others. Yeah, no shit. In the book of Politics, Aristotle addresses the question of whether slavery can be natural, whether all slavery is contrary to nature, and whether it is better for some people to be slaves. He concludes that those who are different from other men, as the soul from the body or man from beast, and they are in this state if their work is the use of the body, and this is the best that can come from them, are slaves by nature. For them, it is better to be ruled in accordance with this sort of rule, if such the case for the other things mentioned. So he pretty much said that you were born with the soul of a slave, and the best thing that you can account for, or the best thing that you can live to, is to be ruled by another person, which is kind of like the basis for an aristocracy, that there is like divine ordination for these like disparate sections of society. But yeah, kind of an offshoot there, but
God, it's just
kind of like what you were saying, like, you can't really look at, there's some like absolutely amazing thinkers that came from ancient Greece, but it doesn't mean that they had some kind of like overall superior moral philosophy on anything.
Yeah,
Diogenes was a good one.
Yeah, Diogenes pretty much rules. I want to get this. There's this picture of him. It's like a painting of him walking with a lantern through all these people, and it says Diogenes is looking for an honest man. Like he was just like a vagrant who would just piss everywhere, and like pretty much was like the cynic. They call him the cynic because
he's just like me for real.
Can you pull up Diogenes? I always say his name.
Diogenes.
My favorite thing I think of his story of him was Plato described man as a featherless biped, and then he went outside and grabbed a plucked chicken from the market and ran back into the thing, and he goes, "Behold, a man!"
So he was a controversial figure. He was allegedly banished or fled from Sinope for debasement of currency. He was the son of a minister. There was a debate as to whether or not alone, blah, blah, blah. After
he was a controversial figure.
Yeah, he was captured by pirates and sold into slavery, eventually setting for Corinth. There he passed his philosophy of cynicism onto Crates and was taught Zeno. Go down. He had a reputation for sleeping and eating wherever he chose. He criticized the social values of institutions of what he saw as corrupt. He dressed in highly non-traditional fashion and took to toughing himself against nature. He modeled himself on Heracles. He criticized Plato, disputed the interpretations of Socrates, and sabotaged his lectures, sometimes distracting listeners by bringing food and eating during the discussions. He was noted for having mocked Alexander the Great, both in public and to his face.
Oh yeah, there was that too. Do they say the exact thing? The exact line?
I mean, you could probably click on one of the hyperlinks, but
it was
Diogenesis.
Yeah,
he was the OG Liver King. Oh.
Yeah, they're on the fucking statesmen and philosophers came to Alexander with their congratulations. It's that paragraph.
Which one?
The quote.
This one right here?
Yeah. Or the first paragraph actually above that is where it starts. My bad. I too have ADHD.
According to legend, Alexander the Great came to visit the philosopher Diogenes of Sinope.
Diogenesis.
He wanted to fulfill a wish for Diogenes and asked him what he desired. According to the version recounted by Diogenes Laertius, Diogenes replied, "Stand out of my light." I guess being like kind of you get the fuck away from me.
Can you move, please?
Philosophers came to Alexander with their congratulations and expected that Diogenes of Sinope, also who was tarrying in Corinth, would do likewise. But since the philosopher took not the slightest notice of Alexander and continued to enjoy his leisure in the suburb of Cranion, Alexander went in person to see him, and he found him lying in the sun. Diogenes raised himself up a little when he saw so many people coming towards him and fixed his eyes upon Alexander. What?
You kind of veered into Cosby a little bit.
And when the monarch addressed him with greetings and asked if he wanted anything, "Yes," said Diogenes, "stand out a little of my son." It is said that Alexander was so struck by this and admired so much the haughtiness and grandeur of the man who had nothing but scorn for him, that he said to his followers, who were laughing and jesting about the philosopher as they went away, "But truly, if I were not Alexander, I wish I were Diogenes."
Very nice. So a little Greek lesson in ancient Greece there.
Giant waste of time.
He is like the OG Subversive, to be honest.
Could be.
Roll credits. That's it. Bye, everybody. Bye, chat. Everywhere you
So no one told you that it's gonna be this way.
That's a compulsion. That and God, what's the fucking name of the song? "Take the Money and Run" by Steve Miller Band. I have to do the claps. I'll crash my car doing the claps. I don't care.
Good times, good times. I don't know what's next. Are we gonna linger on Greek mythology?
I thought we were on fucking balloons.
This isn't even actually mythology.
Oh, and then you X out, and I remember we were also on the German interwar period.
Yeah, we cover a lot of ground here.
Love Wild Card Fridays.
Yeah, we advertise this as Wild Card Fridays, and if you don't think that means schizophrenically jumping from balloon theory to German
in like the philosophical sense, not like the
I don't mean the
DMC.
I mean like the literal definition,
not the DSM-5 definition.
Yeah, exactly. There's a word that means something outside of the mental health diagnosis. I can't. Is there supposed to be?
Are we muted?
No, you're not muted. The video is though.
Is that what we want? Or when you say muted, do you mean it just simply has no sound, or is it muted?
No, I'm just muting it. I could play it. But
the air temperature is the red line, and the dew point is the green line. The dew point is a way of measuring the humidity.
You know what?
And the difference between the two lines tells us where the air is dry
versus
where the air is saturated. As you can imagine, it is normal to expect that the higher you go, the colder it gets, which is what we can see in this graph. It's interesting to note, however, that really high up,
because originally I thought we were doing. Oh my god! Welcome, chatters! Holy shit! Welcome.
Yo, what the fuck?
Welcome, fucking left flank vets. Holy shit!
Holy shit!
Welcome to we just got a raid of like 152 people, Pat.
Jeez.
Welcome, chatters.
Welcome to balloon theory history.
Well, it's coming in with the chair
from the top fucking row.
So we were kind of going over like what the hell
balloon forecasts.
What is a weather balloon, and what's the difference between a weather balloon and a surveillance craft?
Are we gonna revisit the balloon discussion?
I don't know. I mean, like, chat. This is kind of like a wild card Friday, as we call it.
I think I would be repeating myself. I mean,
I know what you want, chat. You want Hunter's Hog. I know what you fucking want. I sit in that chat too. You degenerates. I'm one of you.
You're looking in a mirror.
Yeah, we've got Davidtovarisch guesting for today, our resident balloon expert, right?
Yeah, for everything going on in the media, we decided to bring on a balloon expert,
a balloon aficionado, right? And I don't blame you, chat, for wanting the First Son's feral razorback, but we're just not equipped to handle that topic right now. I think like we might another Friday.
I'm equipped to handle it.
In the upper levels of our atmosphere, and this is how it's done twice a day, every day around the
It's bad enough you did the Shinzo Abe.
Don't remind me of that because I'm gonna fucking crack up again.
What's made out of?
So this is made out of latex, very strong. So
Look at
that as
that.
it goes up through the atmosphere and expands, that it doesn't pop until it goes up about 20 miles.
Are $20 Amazon weather balloons legit?
Really very simple.
I don't know.
I'm going to attach this box that gathers data to
Only
this
if they're not
balloon
Chinese.
as it goes up, up, and up into the atmosphere. This is a photodegradable parachute. This
I need to know the girth.
To the balloon, and the parachute
How many
is also
how many
attached
buses
to a
is it?
radio sound that's
What
going to
is it using the metric measurement of buses? How many is it? 3? Possibly 4?
Bussy?
Bussy?
Bussy dog?
It's finally ready to launch.
Where's Wilco when you need him?
It's going to go out into the field. It's going to take the
3 buses!
and then the radio sound will follow, and it goes up into the air. Let's go.
So yeah, I mean, for me, and I'll restate it since we have a lot of people in here now. I mean, the balloon, you know, if you read some of the more conservative reports on it, it does not appear that it has any kind of like actual motor in it that anyone in China or anyone else could be steering it. And also, it doesn't have much like surveillance capabilities that already doesn't exist in the many Chinese satellites that fly in the low orbit over the United States. So it's probably just like a media, you know, hot pan media issue for the day, and then it'll fizzle out into nothingness, like many of these stories.
What?
Hi.
What?
The Tech Minds video. So right there, we was receiving a radio transmission from a radio sonde weather balloon transmitter. And
Okay, go back to the...
What is this?
Hi, and welcome back to another Tech Minds video.
This is a Tech Minds video about how to track weather balloons using SDR.
In this video, I'm going to show you how you can...
Is this really what we're watching right now?
And plot a weather balloon's journey on a map.
All right, fine. We won't watch how to track a weather balloon. It's not like
Everyone's
everybody...
a hater, Johnny, dude.
Or we start a war over a fucking balloon. I don't know, having kind of... Well, that's the thing, Marcus. I was trying to show Pat that, like, you know, yes, I know, we have all kinds of, like, experts and meteorologists and, like, science nerds coming on to, like, you know, say it's just a weather balloon.
Any of those people.
No, not
I
you.
don't hear any of those nerds. I want to hear how the communist balloon is going to be proliferating communist gases among the population to turn our kids homosexual.
Turn them into trans gay cat girls.
I need to know how the emissions of the gay communist balloon is going to subvert. I guess we all just kind of went into Alex Jones there a little bit.
But all right, so like I wanted to see like how to track it, you know, because it's a weather balloon.
Yeah.
But like, so Marcus, I was trying to explain to Pat that like I understand that yes, there is science people saying that like it's just a weather balloon. It's not controlled by the CCP. It's controlled by the fucking jet stream, right? And no one's repeating that verbally, and no one's going to be reading an article, and no one's making that the headline. Therefore, that news is not going to proliferate because nobody wearing a uniform is saying that, and nobody like with a camera in front of them is saying that.
Yeah, and it seems like they're actually being intentionally vague in terms of being like, how dangerous is the balloon? And they're like, well, we can't give out any intelligence right now, but you know, let's just say that it at this point appears peaceful, but that could change at any moment.
Right. Well, that's what I'm trying to say is that like, I want to believe that people may be like, you know, reading the articles, but those people are not being listened to right now. And look, they already rejected.
Again, I can tell you that the U.S. government, NORAD,
They took the Oscar nomination from Jackie Chan.
And we will continue to review.
How close was the U.S. to?
They've gone too far. Oh, they didn't take it. Okay. Thank goodness.
Again, I can tell you that the U.S. government, NORAD, is monitoring this closely, and we will continue to review.
And again, I'll restate for anybody new in chat, it is a very rich statement to say how the balloon violates U.S. airspace coming from the United States. A historically ethical, ethically minded nation in terms of airspaces and respecting the sovereignty of nations, airspace and otherwise.
Yeah, many are saying lol. Many are saying Lamau even.
Thank you for the subscription at Tier 1 Maverick.
Maverick, what's up? Thank you.
One step closer to the Rascal song.
One step closer. Although I can't promise we're gonna play the Rascal song. I don't know. I feel like we're
the
just
left flankers in here right now.
Fine. If we get enough subscribers to start a hype train, I will play the Rascal song. Right. The issue is that what the hell is it? I feel like we're biting left flank if we just play like literally just all the same songs.
You see,
it's an homage.
Yeah, it's an homage. It's
a dedication.
Imitation is the highest form of flattery.
Yeah.
Is on working with South Korea and other nations in the region.
Yes, you did.
Yes, you do, Bat.
Stop lying, Marcus.
See, first of all, RMR, we don't know who RMR's identity is. He wears a mask and his name has not been released. So for all we know, anyone in this chat could have written Rumor. I'm also a big fan of his song with West Side Gun called
Did somebody
Welfare.
redeem it? I can't tell if somebody redeemed. Did somebody redeem it?
Oh,
no, nobody redeemed it.
Are we doing throat
right?
goat shit?
No, they don't. They didn't redeem it, right?
You're pointing that out isn't helpful.
You guys don't know about the throat goat.
So,
thank you, Matt. Thank you.
You have to do it.
Do you have any like requests, like what I should, like, you know,
Just
like
do it.
Play Freebird.
Thank you very much.
Oh no, you got muted.
Who muted him?
He throated too hard.
Did the Chinese government mute Johnny?
They did.
hamburger, cheeseburger, hamburger, cheeseburger, Big Mac Whopper, and those are
It actually kind of sounds like a corrupted song.
Perfection. Oh, it's all corrupted.
What'd you say?
It's all corrupted. It's just fucked up all the way down.
It's just fucked up
cursed.
all the way down.
Secretary's future engagement with Chinese counterparts to maintain open lines of communication.
Pelosi or Reagan?
We're always open to maintaining an open line of
Ross is quickly becoming the horniest chatter in a chat of very horny individuals.
Position of the balloon classified.
Oh man, I can't believe we're actually getting like people following the
That's
channel.
true,
Are we
Argus.
doing that?
Listen, nobody's here for the politics or the historical.
By the way, Marcus, what I was trying to fucking show you before is literally you can just Google it. You can literally just Google where they are. It says where the fuck they are. It even says how many they have.
Actually, you're literally doxing my nukes in real time, and I'm gonna ban you.
Well, also, not only that, Left Flank and Johnny, is that there's already many Chinese satellites that are just, very innocently floating around the United States with surveillance, floating past the United States. And this is admitted by Pentagon officials that the balloon can really do nothing more than what the many satellites that we accept fly over the low orbit. So, I mean, like, if they wanted satellite imagery of these missile bases, I mean, they could easily utilize not a fucking balloon, and they could utilize the many satellites that they already have.
So you've said at this point, the balloon doesn't pose to have.
But it's like they don't even have that many.
How is it that the US can
Thank you, Sam.
Look at this.
such an altitude
Look at
without
this.
actually getting eyes on it up close and assessing the equipment that's on board?
Oh, wow.
And secondly,
Rest of the world
being considered to shooting it down. Is there any option to take?
Yeah, so the United States pretty much has a complete solar network that can pretty much track the entire world, which is about 5 times more than the number China has. Wow, the rest of the world, there's like almost 3 times as many. Can you scroll up a little bit so we can see the title for anybody that's curious what the graphs are?
Number of satellites in orbit by major country as of January 1st, 2022.
You guys say thousands is a lot, or
for satellites, yes.
Hundreds.
For satellites, yes, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Most of them probably aren't even in use. They're just space trash.
Hold on, I gotta pee real quick.
All right.
God, just the fact that we have space trash that like is the same as the shit that like to our government, like a satellite is the same thing as like the busted HDMI cable that fucked up my other monitor. Like that's
right.
That's the same thing.
Right. Plus, do people even actually still use like satellite TV? Is that like still a thing?
I have no idea. Dog, I watch Twitch. I don't watch TV. I can't. My TV won't talk back to me.
All right, let me see something real quick. How much space trash?
Sorry, space trash.
As of 2021, the United States space surveillance tracked more than 15,000 pieces of space debris larger than 10 centimeters. That's 4 inches, which is actually average. That's average. That's okay out there, chat. It is estimated that there are about 200,000 pieces between 1 and 10 centimeters. All right, 0.4 is a little bit below average, but 4 inches is average, national average across, and that there could be millions of pieces smaller than 1 centimeter, which is
for real, though?
a little bit below average.
Those like are going so fast that like even those little tiny pieces would just absolutely fuck a satellite shit up. Like if they just hit it in the wrong way.
17,000.
Oh my god.
1,000 miles an hour. That's just like a fucking rail gun.
And then imagine if they're going opposite directions. The combined force is double.
Yeah, that's twice.
I'm basically a scientist, chat. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, this is why we brought you on.
I did that while holding a dab pen in my fucking hand, dude.
I don't like to throw out on the word hero, but here I am.
Kessler syndrome? I swear to God, if you're debating me.
What did they say?
I don't even know if I'm using that word right. Kessler syndrome is a phenomenon. A phenom.
A feminist Eminem.
This is a feminist in which the amount of junk in orbit around the Earth reaches a point where it just creates more and more space debris, causing big problems for satellites, astronauts, and mission planners. We're basically
enjoying a meal, a succulent Chinese meal.
Enjoying a succulent Chinese meal. I see you know your judo well.
Yeah, if anybody hasn't seen this, it's always hilarious the first time you see it. Get your hands off my penis!
Get your hands off my penis!
This is all libertarians ever.
You just assured me that I could speak.
Sit down inside the car. We're not assuring anything. We're under arrest.
Look, I'm under what? Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. Have a look at the headlock here. See that chap over there? Get your hand off my penis! This is the bloke who got me on the penis before.
Get some cups.
Why did you do this? Up in the car. Get some cups. For what reason? What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Oh, that's a nice headlock, sir. Oh, yes. I see that you know your judo well. Oh.
Pat.
See that you know
Pat,
your judo well.
With your experience in jiu-jitsu, has a headlock actually been used yet? And would you say that the person arresting this man, would you say they know their judo well?
Judo? I'm not seeing judo or jujitsu being very well demonstrated here.
They got him in the car.
Yeah.
And you,
Pashkish, a fucking legend. That's who.
Penis. How dare get your hands off me.
Limp penis?
One cup.
Me when my parents tried to put me to bed as a kid.
Yeah, Marcus does have a point there.
Yeah, you know what? It's true. We are seeing some actual police brutality right here, and what are we doing, chat? We're laughing. We're fucking laughing.
But you just assured me that I could speak.
You think it's funny? They're arresting him and you're laughing?
Gentlemen,
this is Democracy Manifest. This is Democracy Manifest. Oh my god.
And me, vile villain.
A limp penis?
Yes.
A succulent Chinese meal.
Your judo well.
Good
one. And you, sir, are you waiting to receive my limp penis? How dare
That
your
that should be the sub alert for this channel. And you, sir, are you waiting to receive my limp penis?
And you, sir, are you waiting to receive my limp penis? Ah, fuck.
Binary friend. We don't disagree.
Fuck.
So for anybody in the chat that's new or maybe hasn't attended one of our streams before, today is a wild card Friday, which means we come in just absolutely chill with no preparation, just talking about whatever. However, typically, most days that we stream out of the week is specified for a book club that we're in.
Yeah.
We read chapters out of books, and we do breakdowns of them and discussions of them. So you are catching us on our more lighthearted
I swear, we're nerds and we learn things.
But if you decide to come back and check more of our content out, if you come back on Sunday, we'll be getting into the first chapter of The Sword and the Shield, a book about the revolutionary lives of Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. You can check out our first stream, Path VOD, on that if you're interested. And we will continue that analysis on Sunday. But in the meantime, you can listen to us talk about our limp penises for the next hour or so. And
speak for yourself.
Much more academic discussion on Sundays.
What the hell is it? Yeah, we normally like go over books. Right now we're going over The Sword and the Shield, which is actually going over the fairly radical trajectory of Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, and how they were actually a lot more similar than we're taught growing up, especially near the end of their lives, than like... I don't know what I was doing with that sentence, but yeah, that's what we're going over. The Sword and the Shield by Joseph, Peniel E. Joseph.
Yeah, and the sorry, geez, what was I going to say?
We just went over Black Shirts and Reds, and if you click the link that Sam just put up in the chat, we have previous episodes covering Black Shirts and Reds, The Divide by Jason Hickel. We also went over but we did not finish, The Counter-Revolution of 1776 by Gerald Horne, and even a brief episode on the Inventing Reality by Michael Parenti.
Oh, that was such a great book.
I think that one day we need to revisit it. But
I think there's like an audiobook of it on YouTube somewhere.
Absolutely. But like part of what the difference is between just like listening to an audiobook.
Oh, I know what I mean.
No, that's excellent. Thank you.
I just mean like for people to be able to like access it.
Yeah, no, and thank you for bringing that up, because basically like, what we intend for this Twitch stream, right, as a whole except for Fridays, is that we read the book, you read the book, we come here on Twitch and we describe the parts that like jumped out to us, right? And we maybe even bring up like YouTube videos or some other kind of like peripheral stuff to help grasp these maybe these little parts that are mentioned in these books. But let's take a little closer look and examine like what this author is talking about, right? And, you know, if there's anything that, like, in the book that, like, you don't get or you disagree with or, like, you think is bullshit or you think is a hot take, come in here and, like, you know, talk to us. We even have a Discord that is also in those socials where, you know.
Also for the Discord, so far we've been successful at every book that we read. There is a PDF provided in our Discord for anybody that wants to read the book. We invite people to read along with us, contribute to the conversation. It's not just us dictating information to you. We would love this to be a widely participated in book club, interactive book club of sorts. If you go to our Discord now, all those books that we mentioned are there in PDF form, as well as the one we're currently reading, which is The Sword and the Shield.
What is this? What is this, Matt? CIA agrees in line.
That's an interesting tweet.
You know what? Let me throw it up. Let's check it out. CIA agrees with Lenin that without revolutionary theory, there can be no revolutionary movement. Anti-communism, the compatible left, and the CIA's construction of an intellectual quarantine around revolutionary theory, a brief thread. Since the start of the Cold War, the CIA has supported all manner of anti-communist intellectual projects across the political spectrum in its efforts to deprive revolutionary movements of revolutionary theory. On the right, the CIA funded groups like the UCCA and Harvard's Ukrainian Studies program, where fascist expats, fashioned with double genocide theory, which frames the Holocaust as a reaction to the Holodomor, famine genocide perpetrated by Jew communism. Ukrainian Quarterly Publication, Ukrainian Congress Committee, the American Prominent Ukrainian NGO, founded in 1940, CA promotes Ukrainian nationalist perspectives and leading organization promoting commemoration of the Holodomor. On the left, the CIA actively promoted various anti-communist ideologies, doing its best to exacerbate ideological splits within the communist movement and putting its thumb on the scale in favor of any form of radicalism other than Marxism-Leninism, the only ideology they feared. The goal of the cultural Cold War was to cultivate a compatible left, which neglected anti-imperialism and promoted ineffective organizational strategy, while George Jackson and the BPP were given the stick, carrots were proffered to academics with nuanced views on imperialism.
Wow, this is a book here, Who Paid the Piper, I'm pulling up now, which seems pretty cool.
Seems like
maybe we should read it.
I think we should.
I found a new book.
Maybe we should read it. Ding, 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 ding.
Thank you, Matt. I think you really did it. Paralleling its simultaneous infiltration and co-optation of the European labor movement, the CIA actively involved itself in radical intellectual circles, promoting various forms of reformism and radical liberalism. These views were acceptable so long as they opposed communism. It is no accident that Marx was largely displaced within academia by Michel Foucault, a child abuser who took interest in Algerian independence and whose thought neglects class and imperialism and lends itself readily to criticism of social states. I will say that, like, when you actually deep dive into the whole, like, you know, the child abuse things, they're actually only cited by, like, a right-wing guy, but he was one of the guys that, like, signed that petition to get rid of, like, the age of consent in France. So it's a whole lot of bullshit.
A lot of words that say he was French.
But you repeat yourself, Johnny.
So it's like
here's actually a quote too about that book that we showed there, which is called Who Paid the Piper. Edward Said, actually, who's one of the great thinkers of the 20th century, wrote that the book is a major work of investigative history and extremely valuable contribution to the all-important post-World War II record. And the gist of her argument about abstract expressionism and its use as propaganda is correct, if not wholly original. He said that the dispiriting truth it reveals or confirms is that a few of our major intellectual and cultural figures resisted the blandishments of the CIA. He added that some of the information in the book is not complete or fully accurate. In particular, the chapter discussed the CIA infiltrating organizations. Okay, so he's saying that he actually, I guess, took issue with some of it.
Naturally. The intellectual...
Well, he said very good things about it as well.
I mean, like, you know, that's just academic bullshit. You got to sandwich your compliment followed by, like, you know, fucking vicious takedown of, like, why you're stupid and your book is dumb.
Can we bring up, just because we have a lot of people in the chat that probably have never been here, do you want to bring up the IRD just to kind of jump on that? Because I feel like that's, like, a great example of this situation. Do you agree?
Yeah. What?
Y'all heard about the IRD?
What was
International
the
Research? International Research Department. Or no, information. I'm sorry, it's Information Research Department. So just to kind of go on to that, like CIA or I guess intelligence companies funding, you know, individuals who are anti-communist, you know, creating like this even creating like the illusion of a very vast anti-communist intelligentsia. A very interesting example of that is the IRD, which was in England, which was like, you know, I guess funded by the equivalent of the British CIA. So the Information Research Department was a secret Cold War propaganda department of the British Foreign Office created to publish anti-communist propaganda, including black propaganda, which is the most fraudulent type of propaganda. Black propaganda contrasts with gray propaganda, which does not identify its source, as well as white propaganda, which does not disguise its origins at all.
Not to be confused with white propaganda, which is different.
White propaganda.
So, provided support and information to anti-communist politicians, academics, and writers, and to use weaponized information and also disinformation and fake news to attack not only its original targets, but also certain socialist and anti-colonial movements. Soon after its creation, the IRD broke away from focusing solely on the Soviet matters and began to publish pro-colonial propaganda intended to suppress pro-independence revolutions in Asia, Africa, Ireland, and the Middle East. The IRD was heavily involved in the publishing of books, newspapers, leaflets, journals, and created publishing houses to act as propaganda fronts, such as Ampersand Limited. Operating for 29 years, the IRD is known as the longest-running covert government propaganda department in British history, the largest branch of the Foreign Office, and its first major Anglophone propaganda offensive against the USSR since the end of World War II. By the 1970s, the IRD was performing military intelligence tasks for the British military in Northern Ireland during the Troubles.
Of course.
The IRD,
sounds based in poggers.
The IRD was the government department to which George Orwell submitted his list of suspected communists, Orwell's list, including many prominent such as Charlie Chaplin, Paul Robeson, and Michael Redgrave. With the help of Orwell's widow and his former publisher Frederick Warburg, the IRD gained foreign rights into much of Orwell's work and spent years distributing Animal Farm onto every continent, translating Orwell's work into 20 different languages, funding the creation of an animated feature film based on Animal Farm, and working with the CIA to create a feature-length Animal Farm animated movie, the first of its kind in British history. Many historians have noted how Orwell's literary reputation can largely be credited to joint propaganda operations between the IRD and the CIA. One of the most popular authors in history, and a darling of the anti-communist left. Many historians note that Orwell's literary reputation can largely be credited to joint propaganda operations between the IRD and CIA. And this is not even some kind of esoteric leftist source of information. This is right on the Wikipedia page. Right. I'm not pulling this from some
welcome Kay, how do you say?
Of Marxist intelligentsia. The IRD heavily marketed Animal Farm for the audiences in the Middle East in an attempt to sway Arab nationalism and independent activists from seeking Soviet aid, and it was believed by IRD agents that a story featuring pigs as the villains would highly appeal to Muslim audiences. The IRD funded the activities of many authors, including Arthur Koestler, Bertrand Russell, and Robert Conquest. If you know who Robert Conquest is, he's one of the leading or for many decades, I would say, was the sole proprietor of the Holodomor genocide accusation, which was debunked by more recent Soviet historians. He drew heavily from IRD archives for his information, which were largely fabricated.
Oh, also,
you can trust a guy named Conquest.
Also, Ghost. If you look into the age consent letter thing, some of the reasoning was teachers getting prosecuted for letting students have access to condoms and stuff. I'll look into it. I have never heard that framing of it. It's a little, what's the word here I'm looking for? Still a little sussy,
Hey,
but I'll check it out.
Can you scroll down just a little bit? I want to go further into the Robert Conquest part just to really show how much of an issue there is with his work.
All right. Sorry, I'm trying to follow Okay, how do you say?
No, don't click him.
Don't click him?
Well, so it's important while we have this open. Conquest was most notable for his work on the Soviet Union. His books include The Great Terror, Stalin's Purges of the 1930s, Harvest of Sorrow, The Soviet Collectivization and the Terror Famine, and Stalin, The Breaker of Nations. He was author also of 2 novels. So he's like a main source of a lot of the high estimates of a lot of the famine death tolls and everything like that, and the more nefarious planning of the famine by the Soviet Union. Now go back to the IRA. The IRD.
Wow.
Up the rock.
Go down.
Freudian slip.
Go down. Go down. Down. It's like keep going down. Stop. Keep going down.
This guy.
Can we get some candy lickers in the chat for going down?
A little more.
Who won't go down?
Little more. Keep going. It might be at the bottom.
Oh, Orwell's List. Is that where you're trying to get to?
Here we go. Here we go. Up. The unattributed lit. Unattributed. Go up a little bit more. There we go. Up. Unattributed by authors. Some writers who work for the IRD have since been found to have used IRD material and presented it to the academic community as though it were their own. Robert Conquest's book, The Great Terror, Stalin's Purges of the 30s, drew heavily from IRD files. And multiple volumes of Soviet history, which Conquest edited, also contained IRD material presented as though it were his own independent research. So even the stuff in his book that maybe seem like it's from his own independent research, used much of IRD black propaganda material to write these books. So just important to know anytime that you're looking, hear that author's name brought up, which you will, whenever you research into these Soviet situations.
Thank you, Maverick, for gifting a tier 1 sub.
You're going to see Robert Conquest a lot. He's probably the biggest name in the Holodomor reading. If you're looking for a better source, I would recommend Stephen Wheatcroft and Davies. Wheatcroft and Davies. They have a much better, more recent book if you want a more accurate depiction of that, the Holodomor.
So, back to this, right? An intellectual quarantine on the left is perhaps best illustrated by the careers of Noam Chomsky and Michael Parenti, both critics of capitalism, the media, and U.S. imperialism. Chomsky regularly appears on national TV, while Parenti was fired from his job and remains obscure. Striking similarities exist between Parenti's Inventing Reality and Chomsky's Manufacturing Consent, published 2 years later. Also, it's kind of funny that, what's his name? Edward Herman, who helped write Manufacturing Consent, never
He's
mentioned.
the Art Garfunkel of the left in America.
Yeah, literally never mentioned. The difference which determined their respective career trajectories is their orientation towards existing liberation movements. Michael Parenti remains a supporter of the historic and contemporary liberation struggles from the USSR to the Sandinistas. Chomsky, the compatible leftist par excellence, has remained silent or elected to criticize targets of U.S. imperialism from the left. Sadly, Chomsky has always been decidedly anti-communist. That's why he is presented in mainstream as the preeminent lefty U.S. intellectual and treated like a prophet. Michael Parenti pointed out many of his awful views in the Soviet Union and Leninism years ago, which we have covered in Black Shirts and Reds.
Yep.
Right. Which
Wasn't
is
he
also... What?
Wasn't he also wrong about Pol Pot, too? Chomsky?
Probably.
Yeah.
I have a bunch of his books, and I think I only ever got through halfway through Manufacturing Consent.
Just to be objective, I have a couple Chomsky books that he co-authored with Ian Pape about Palestine, and I think they're excellent. I think his parts are excellent too. So I mean, when he's writing about a situation like Palestine, I think a lot of his takes are great, and especially when he's co-authoring a book with Ian Pape. I also have his book that he co-authored with Vijay Prashad,
right.
The Withdrawal, which obviously if his points are at all congruent with Vijay Prashad, he's not so opposed to working with a Marxist-Leninist. So I think he definitely has some valuable stuff, but also he definitely needs to be criticized for some of those more erroneous takes he has on.
Also, keep in mind, chat, that remember, this is even before Manufacturing Consent was written, right? In Inventing Reality, the book that is most often compared to Manufacturing Consent, he quotes Chomsky and Edward Herman.
I see you Unelectable. I think me and Unelectable said it at the same time about the Vijay Prashad collab. But yeah, me and Johnny actually went.
One of you owes the other one a Coke.
me and Johnny actually went up to New York for the release of that book. We actually saw Vijay speak live. Chomsky was also present, just not in person. They had him zoomed in because I think he's way too old to be coming out in public, especially with like COVID around and stuff like that. But me and Johnny actually both have autographed versions of The Withdrawal.
The Pullout. Awesome. Between the fascist right and the anti-communist left, the CIA crafted a narrative for the...
I actually have Vijay Prashad's signature on my...
He's tapping the thing.
Tapping the thing.
God.
This is a Kerala newspaper in India that I made on to the cover of... They put me on the cover of the newspaper when I visited for the Communist Party Congress. That's me with a Gandhi impersonator with a bunch of hammer and sickles behind us. And somehow this ended up on the front cover of Kannur in Kerala. And I had Vijay Prashad autograph it because he's pretty much the main reason that I ended up in Kerala to attend this to begin with. So,
well, Sam, to answer your question, how long have you and Johnny been, I assume, actually existing socialists? I want to say, like, you know, I think like the last like 2 years, honestly, has been like the most like pivotal. You know, I've been diving into this and I'm always learning and I'm always open to more learning, right? You know, probably for the last like, you know, how long has it been? Like 5-6 years? Yeah, like 2016, I was like a liberal Bernie bro that still thought that like Obama wasn't that bad. It was just a Republican stopping, you know, his, you know, ability to be able to do all the things by like the end of his second term though, right? I was still kind of like, what the fuck? What's the point? What's the point? You know, because like, you know, all the Democrats ever do is just, you know, what's the word? Just settle for whatever the Republicans want. Yeah.
I was like completely apolitical until like 2018, maybe 2009, probably like 2018.
Yeah. And that's why like I always, you know, am very open to the fact that like, yeah, man, I've been wrong before. I can be wrong again. Like
I will be wrong again.
Exactly.
Set your watch.
That's the correct way to view all things.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Pat is like a voracious reader. That's why he's able to do this. Same, I think a lot of people became social.
Sometimes I make the joke. I say I have 5 years to do what they did in 100.
Yeah, pretty much.
If anybody gets that one.
I was always a commie, but I was apolitical commie because I thought it was hopeless. Yeah, you know what? Like, I want to say that even in high school, I was like drunkenly reading through the manifesto and was like, this sounds pretty cool. It's a shame it can't work in real life. It's a shame it only works on paper.
Yeah, I said similar things to that as well. And then also, see, my thing is that when I was real young, I would go to punk rock shows in Philadelphia, and there would be skinheads there that were like not, and for those of you that don't know, like punk subculture, like I'm talking about sharp skinheads against racial prejudice, not neo-Nazi skinheads, but like vehemently, violently opposed neo-Nazis, you know, and multicultural skinheads that got together. There was, you know, different races, different sexualities, and some of them were even communists. There's a contingent of skinhead culture that's very much supportive of communism. So I went to these shows and I saw hammers and sickles on people's jackets and things like that. Not like everyone, but like there were some people there that were hanging out that had like straight up hammers and sickles on their jackets. And I remember for the first time being like maybe 13 years old and being like, it was the first time I ever saw communism and the hammer and sickle in a not negative sense. And I'm at these punk rock shows where I'm enamored by the culture. So right then something changed in me where I was like, oh, maybe this isn't what I thought. And if there's people here that are hanging out and everybody's cool with them that are about that, then maybe it's something different than what I've been told. And I didn't look any deeper into it, but I think that made me more susceptible to, as the years went by, when people tried giving me some information about it. I think I was ready to learn it because that was the beginning of like dissolving the prejudices, was going to the punk rock shows and seeing guys like this with hammers and sickles. Working class.
And all these dudes originally are like obsessed with reggae, by the way.
And Hash Kush, you said you flirted with libertarianism. I think it's like very natural to flirt with libertarianism. I think that like, especially if you like kind of like know nothing and you're like, oh, I want to be like against authority and I don't like the government. So what's the natural thing? Oh, we all government should be abolished. Like that's kind of like a logical thing to flirt with until you like learn more about like history and political science. So I think everybody takes it like, takes it to that sector at some point and examines it. Brave Wax, oi, oi, oi. Oi, oi for the working class.
Ah, shit, did I just like freeze up?
Yeah, of course we've seen This Is England. Yeah, I definitely saw that. It's one of my girlfriend's favorite movies.
Shit, OBS is completely frozen on me. I really hope I didn't break my computer connection doing this.
I also have like I don't my like social group doesn't revolve completely around it doesn't revolve completely around people who are politically minded like me. I have family members and friends that believe like very different things than I do, and I think that's okay depending on as long as it's not some kind of like violent or racist kind of ideology.
Are we completely frozen right now?
I don't think so. I can see the videos. I can see the videos.
Yeah, the video's moving, but are we?
Yeah.
We're not moving.
That's great.
Jesus Christ.
And you can all hear us, right? Everybody can hear us speaking, right?
How about now? Are we good now?
Yeah, we're moving.
Yeah? All right, great. Good.
We're back, y'all.
Yeah, this is also, I believe,
you
our...
thought that the Chinese communist weather balloon?
Your second OBS stream, right?
Yeah, this is our second time using OBS, so, like, I was, like, really, like, about to have a heart attack.
We heard you the entire time.
Oh, can we listen to that, can we watch that video, Horse Watches, with the Soviet aesthetic of like...
All right, what's his name? Nick Sachs, right?
Little Dark Age.
Is this it?
I think it's MGMT, but it's...
okay. Is this it? What is this?
It's like USSR. No, that's the actual video.
What the hell are you talking about then?
Just replace Nick Sachs with USSR, and that might give it to us. And that's what they thought in Tsarist Russia.
No. Not in that way. In that, like, we are not Russia. We have never had Tsarist Russia. We do not have the same
The same material conditions.
We don't. And again, like we have like, indigenous nations, in
Yeah, that's
America
also extremely true.
right now that like should be, in control of the land right now. All of it right now. All of it. And not just
Like,
here, not just here.
There's
Canada and Mexico.
Yeah, Mexico and South America, Brazil,
Full stop.
Land back
Thank
also
you.
means
Thank
Palestine too.
What?
Land back also means Palestine too.
Well, I mean, think about it. Without without the U.S., right, being able to just send them endless amounts of support, without a settler colonial U.S., right?
Yeah, you think the fucking Navajo Nation's gonna be sending them Stinger missiles?
No.
No, I don't think so.
I would say that Palestinian, the Palestinian context of land back is probably far more popular than the idea of the natives of this continent getting their land back, because it's really easy for like liberals and vague leftists to support land back in some other continent that they can see, and when they actually have to face the reality of the land that they live in and the people that are still being subjugated through their occupation of it, that's a much more harder thing for them to reconcile with.
Yeah. That it's not going to be like, and it should not be like a socialist or a hammer and sickle aesthetic USA. You know what I mean? Like
Pay no attention to the...
What do you got? What do you got in the background there? What are you trying to?
No, I'm talking about you, dog. You got a hammer and sickle behind you.
Oh yeah, no, I do, but there's not like an American flag with a hammer and sickle across
true.
it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I saw something like that once, and I was like, ugh.
Oh wait, I know
terrible.
exactly what you're talking about.
Oh no.
Yeah, exactly.
It's literally just the American Nazball flag.
And Baldwin's Ghost, that's kind of what I was saying too, that and Rick from Decolonize Buffalo was saying that there's leftists in the United States that know so much about Soviet history, and they can talk to you all about Lenin and the International and the NEP and war communism, and they can go through these extremely detailed things all throughout the history of the Soviet Union. But then when you ask them to talk about the land that they actually live on and the history of that and the people who used to live there, they're absolutely clueless. And that's somebody that I was too. And having Rick on and speaking with Johnny a little more has me confronting a lot more of these things that when I'm reading about China, I'm reading about Cuba, and I'm reading about the DPRK, and I'm reading about all these Cold War things, I've completely neglected to really read much about the people who still live here that I actually have more of a day-to-day experience, more of a day-to-day consequence of the thing I actually live in.
Ooh, also, if you guys want a good resource for learning about indigenous stuff, the podcast Marx Madness, their newest season is about
they have what's
Red
his name
Nation Rising or something. Yeah,
from the band of Turtle Island.
Yeah. Zikato or something. I think it used to be his screen name. Their screen name. My bad.
I know who you're talking about. I've known him for a minute. I even knew the.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, I even have spoken to, not in person, but the Marx Madness guys. I remember finding out about them 2 or 3 years ago now, something like that.
One of my favorite podcasts of all
They're
time.
Great. Honestly, a lot of their concepts, I adapted, into this. I'm not gonna lie. This whole
Doug,
thing.
why do you think I started streaming?
The whole subversive history as a concept is so many borrowed ideas that from other leftist creators and stuff.
He's I'll just read the theory book and maybe some people will listen along.
Yeah, honestly, that's it. I mean, the only difference between Marx Madness and this is that here you get to talk to us in real time.
Fuck it, we'll do it live.
Fuck it, we'll do it live. So let's get back to this tweet. The totalitarianism formulation implicitly excuses or explicitly justifies the case of Andret, colonial genocide carried out by liberal democracies against non-Europeans. This transparently ideological distortion is canonically history in the U.S. schools. It was a hardcore white supremacist supporting Jim Crow, apartheid, and colonialism. And this is the woman that equated, Stalin and Hitler. The right to free association and therefore to discrimination has greater validity than the principle of equality, wrote Hannah Andra in 1957 in support of segregation in the U.S. South. Race was the South African boa's answer to the overwhelming monstrosity of Africa, a whole continent populated and overpopulated by savages. This is your girl?
What a piece of fucking trash.
She writes of the Dark Continent, a world of native savages, was a perfect setting for men who had escaped the reality of civilization, human beings who, living without the future of a purpose and the past of an accomplishment, were as incomprehensible as the inmates of a madhouse. Andrich praised colonialism, calling it a form of achievement carried out in exotic countries. Exterminating native peoples was fine because it was quite in keeping with the traditions of these tribes themselves. Extermination of hostile tribes had been the rule in all African native wars. Now tell me this doesn't sound like every boomer fucking take on
it's
indigenous people.
They've been doing projections since the beginning of this shit. It's like, oh well, they're just going to kill each other. Oh, like fuck.
Yeah, oh, that's just their way. They've always done that for generations. What's the difference between them doing it and us?
Is that why there's still 500 of them to this day that persisted their entire existence together, and then also the actual genocide that was imposed upon them, that there's still hundreds of them that even still persist? I don't know how many there were when we arrived here and used that type of rationale to actually conduct a genocide, but I would imagine it would be in the thousands in different ethnic groups, right?
You're bringing up facts and logic and shit, and it just goes even further. You think that it ends at just the U.S. where we find archaeological evidence of indigenous people being here for up to 100,000 years that predate Clovis dig sites, right?
Well, how could they have not gotten here if there was no land bridge? It's boats, motherfucker.
Not even just that, right? Do you know what the deep history of First Nation archaeology by settlers has been?
Yeah, I would love to.
All right, so a little bit of backstory. Maybe one day we can go into this a little deeper because there's a book I really want to read about this. But early American archaeologists thought that all of these large megalithic structures, these large mounds, these structures that only an advanced society could create, must have been made by the white natives that the brown and red natives
I have heard this one before, dude. I think Mormonism does something with this too, where they have there was one of the lost tribes of Israel was those white people that got murdered or something.
Where do you think they came up with it? They didn't come up with that. That was the ongoing archaeological
theory. It's a
theory
copycat league out there, dude.
So yeah, it's not.
Bro, it was aliens. Bro, aliens.
It's aliens.
Aliens.
Brown people could not have done this.
Giants. I'm looking at you, Matt. And it's to think that this doesn't this same train of logic doesn't apply to what we do in Africa, what we do in Central and South America, what we do in Asia,
Look at. Do you know about the printing press?
Oh, China had one a millennia before us.
Korea is the one that invented the very first printing press. Was invented in Korea under I believe in the Chosun Empire.
Right,
if I'm
you're
not
right.
And they used it to print Bibles, right?
No. No, they used it to actually track stock prices.
Oh, god damn it. That's even worse.
Yeah, Matt.
They claim that it was invented in Germany, but actually it was Goryeo. This was before Chosun, actually. It was the Goryeo. And Goryeo is actually where Korea comes from. Goryeo, Korea. That's actually how that name started.
Right.
Movable type printing in China during the Song Dynasty and in Korea during the Goryeo Dynasty were developed in 1234, which was 200 years before Germany.
So, anti-Stalin orthodoxy crystallized after 1956 when Khrushchev delivered and deliberately leaked his infamous secret speech denouncing Stalin and the cult of personality. the new premier attempted simultaneously to consolidate his own power and conciliate the USA by scapegoating Stalin, blaming him for every excess in the USSR's turbulent and violent history in a polemic riddled with provable lies. And by the way, I was just listening to a
terrorist Russia. Thurston states that many civilians of the Soviet Union did not live in terror of the purges, but were actually enthusiastic supporters of the purges. And I'm not saying that like the purges didn't have excesses or a lot of people didn't die, and that should be criticized in ways. But what Robert Thurston tackles is that it was the entire population like immobilized in fear over Stalin, or was there actually like a widespread sentiment that was in fear of their lives and their society because of previous sabotages, previous wrecking, previous invasions, and the thought of a coming invasion that actually made the population somewhat susceptible to being like, there's people that are going to fucking try to kill us, which they did try to do, by the way.
A number of times.
Repeatedly, yeah.
I'm saying what World War II was, you know what I mean? Like, that was like apocalypse. I don't think people like really put themselves in the position of being in the Soviet Union when the Nazi hordes were coming from the east, that like, millions and millions and millions, tens of millions of people died. It was like the apocalypse. It was like the worst horror movie that you can think of. If you want to read the summary of the book, go back for a second.
No, this is the guy.
Yeah, I know, but just go back. I want to read the book summary real quick, just to kind of bolster what I was saying.
Which book summary?
So just go back to Google. Now type in Life and Terror next to his name. There you go.
Life and Terror.
It's right there. Yeah. Go to the Goodreads of it, or Google Books. Just go to that. Oh no, Goodreads is fine. Yeah. So read that summary, because that's kind of going to go into what I was saying.
Terror, in the sense of mass, unjust arrests, characterized the USSR during the late 1930s. But, argues Robert Thurston in this book, Stalin did not intend to terrorize the country and did not need to rule by fear. Memoirs and interviews with Soviet people indicate that many more believed in Stalin's quest to eliminate internal enemies than they were frightened by it. I mean, but like, we even have historical records that like Stalin attempted to step down like 3 or 4 different times and literally was not allowed.
If you're somebody that's in opposition to that, you could just say that was performative or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, I think you need to go into like a more wide base of like qualitative evidence and statistical evidence than just like, you could say that if the USSR is what they painted it to be, that Stalin could just like have this kind of performative, like, I'm just trying to step down and no one will let me, or something like that. Like, I think that these types of like, mounds of qualitative evidence are far more valuable after the Soviet archives were opened. So this book is really great. If anybody was here for the Stalin's Fingers chapter that we did from Black Shirts and Reds, where I drew on a couple of different books and statistical evidence about the purges, this is one of the books that I read that I drew those charts from.
Well, Sebs, like I was saying before about like, to your comment, if the US won, the Nazis never lost, there was nothing, ideologically against the grain of what the US believed in. And that, like, as far as, like, if the Nazis won, or the point is the US, in the long run, won. And the US is the cradle of fascism. Even the fascism displayed by, Nazi Germany.
Especially, I would say especially by Nazi Germany, more so than Italy, because from the way I understand it, I think Italy kind of like, not begrudgingly, but just kind of like circumstantially picked up anti-Semitism as one of its tenets because of Hitler.
They're like, this is kind of weird, but all right.
We're down. But we didn't really think of this at first, but we're down.
In Critique of a Black Legend, fucking Domenico Lacerdo talks about how like Mussolini had literally just appointed, like, one of his like right-hand men was Jewish, right?
Yeah.
Like a month or so before they took up the Nazi laws against, like, Jewish people and stuff, right? And like, he had to go to him and say like, hey buddy, I know that we've been closed for a while, and
and listen, it's nothing personal.
I really depend on you, but like,
nothing personal.
I'm giving you the chance. You gotta get out of here. You gotta go.
go.
Bro, you gotta go.
But yeah, so I would say that Hitler was more influenced than Mussolini was in terms by the United States and like the actual racial dynamics of his project.
Right.
And hey, Bodega, welcome.
Going back to the Nazis never lost thing, there were literally Nazis that got brought over in Operation Paperclip. I can't remember which one it was, but that said, like, I didn't come to America to lose the Third World War. Like, literally just straight up mask off, agreeing, yeah, we are the anti-communist side. We're gonna go and we're gonna get them again. This time we're gonna win.
And Baldwin's Ghost, feel like Italian fascism was about the colonialism and being sad they weren't a great colonial power. That was actually Germany too. If you look back into what we were going over earlier about the Nama and the Herero genocide and what is present day Namibia, that was Germany, and this was also what King Leopold of Belgium did when he did his massive genocide in the Congo. All three of these were like scorned European powers that looked at France and Spain and the United States and England and looked at them and said, we got to get like them. How do we sit at the table of empires? And there's only one way to do that, and that's through colonies. So like those are like the OG colonizers, and then there was the scramble for Africa, where like other individual European nations were more like, hey, we need to, if we want to sit at the table of legends, and everybody was scrambling for colonies to get to that empire status.
So Trotskyists and other tendencies with the compatible left attack the equivalent of as socialist bad by trying to separate socialism from Stalin. The CIA prefers this, knowing people will always, rightly, associate Stalin with the USSR and actually existing socialism. And this is abstract ideological positions don't worry the CIA, as Nia Fromm put it. Socialism's enemies don't care how you feel about Marx or Machno or Deleuze or communism in the abstract. They care about your feelings towards the FRA, FARC, the Naxals, Cuba.
That's a Colombian, I believe the FARC is Colombian, right?
Yeah.
All vibes.
The Naxals, Cuba, North Korea. Which, ultimately, like, yes.
Are the Naxals in India? Is that the Naxalites? The Maoists?
Yeah, that's the Maoists in India. Revolutionaries facing annihilation at the hands of powerful enemies, internal and external, face grim choices and bitter conflicts. The siege socialism they construct under adverse circumstances compares poorly with the pure socialism of untested theory.
Of fantasy.
Yes.
Fantasy, essentially.
Yes.
Is that when you weigh reality against fantasy, fantasy always wins.
Right.
Yeah, I hate to keep going back to that Parenti line, but it's like they always support. They support every revolution except the ones that succeed.
Exactly. Because you can always paint a rosy picture of the ones that never succeeded, and you can always say, man, if Machno would have came to power, it would have been different.
And it's like, yeah, but he didn't. And you know what? Machno didn't even, leave anything written. I guess he was against the written word or something. Well, he wasn't, because they did write down some stuff, but it was mostly about, dinner placement stuff and not really so much about, theory or anything like that. I don't know why. But, that's what you have.
Low observable goat. West Germany pretty much had ex-Nazis installed by USA after World War II. Yeah, we went into this pretty deeply in terms of comparing and contrasting East Germany's sincere denazification and placing, Holocaust victims, Holocaust survivors, people of Jewish descent, people of communist background, people who were imprisoned, exiled, lived in concentration camps, to the political apparatus that they constructed, and then the shell game that West Germany played by bringing back even architects of the Holocaust. What was his name, man? West Germany. We did this in one of our previous.
Wasn't he like the?
If you go to, we have our past streams where we go into this in detail. There was somebody who literally worked in the law office that helped construct the Jewish laws, who I think became the first president of
the UN?
No, of West Germany.
Oh, wasn't there like a secretary of the UN that was like next?
It wasn't Conrad. It was a Theodor Heuss
or NATO.
No, Globkey. Type in Globkey. I just remembered it. GLOB. Can you set this up? Hans Globkey is his name. KE, I think. Type in
there it is. Globkey.
So pull this guy up, and low observable goat, if you're still here. So hold on. So In 1936, Globkey wrote a legal annotation on the anti-Semitic Nuremberg race laws that did not express any objection to the discrimination against Jews, placing the Nazi Party on a firmer legal ground and setting the path to the Holocaust during World War II. In 1938, Globkey had been promoted to that thing in the office in the Ministry of the Interior, where he produced name change ordinance law that forced Jewish men to take the middle name Israel and Jewish women Sarah for easier identification. In 1941, he issued another statute that stripped Jews in occupied territories of their statehood and possessions. Globkey was identified as the author of an Interior Ministry report from France written in racist language that complained of colored blood into Europe and called for the elimination and its influence in the gene pool. Globkey later had a controversial career as Secretary of State and Chief of Staff at the West German Chancellery. In this role, he was responsible for running the Chancellery, recommending the people who were appointed to roles in government, coordinating the government's work, and for the establishment and oversight of the West German Intelligence Service. So if anybody wants more information on that, check out the book called Stasi State or Socialist Paradise. We have a PDF of it that I can share. I don't know if this one made it into the Sam, did this one make it into the Discord? If it didn't here, anybody that wants a PDF of that book that has way more information about this this type of sham of denazification in West Germany, check out this book. It's really awesome.
Looking on that for later.
Little clicky click. Sin Chow, I'm in book heaven. That's what you can expect when you attend Subversive History Interactive Podcast Book Club Twitch stream.
So, Pat, I don't know if you see this part that I highlighted. This dude is...
The Enabling Act of 1933, which effectively gave Adolf Hitler dictatorial powers. He was also in the altered law in July 1933 concerning the dissolution of the Prussian State Council and further legislation that coordinated all Prussian parliamentary bodies.
Oh yeah, chat. If you like Siri, if you like books, yo, we're your stream. Welcome home, baby. This is it.
Who said that?
You read?
You like to read? Welcome home.
If y'all trying to read, this is the place. Sounds like just the type of anti-communist the U.S. would love and control. Exactly. Meaning that the U.S. crusade against Nazism was a sham. Anti-communism has been and always will be the primary objective of the United States, and they will saddle up with, support, praise any dictator, regardless of how draconian or murderous they are, so long as they adopt the philosophy of anti-communism.
So, effective struggle requires a critical engagement with history, and we are fairly critical. I swear there are times without context is it like if you're just tuning in you would think that we're like some kind of like rad lib anti-com fucking stream, but I promise we're not. We're just trying to arm you with the best possible information to be able to navigate people's criticisms, right? But also have like a firm grasp of like, you know, the material history, right? That this construction comes with.
Yeah, and our critiques are drawn from some
audiobookers are absolutely welcome, Maverick.
Of course, yeah, audiobookers definitely are welcome. But you know, these are the type of critiques that we take from people like Perenni, or people that are coming this from a perspective that is critically supportive of socialist projects. But yes, you can never forget, critical support has to be critical, because if not, and you waver in uncritical support, you're getting into like more of like a dogmatic view. So it is always important to remember that critical part.
Yeah, don't do campism, guys. Campism,
don't do that.
Not cool.
No, that makes us all look bad. All right, and I get it. You know, Stalin did nothing wrong. Ha ha ha. The meme, I get it. Like, you know,
should have killed more cool.
Yeah, I'm guilty of it too, man. I'm wearing.
I said it before.
I actually don't like that shit whatsoever. I really don't like seeing it in chat and things. I also don't like these X group will get the wall. I don't like. I really don't like.
Ass America in the next 10 years unless it comes down to a military engagement, in which case, like, I'm not gonna. I don't want that, and I'm not gonna try and make that kind of gamble.
Yours woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
We do need a space to talk amongst ourselves, not here. Yeah, no. The Twitch stream is not the place to talk amongst yourselves. The Discord, however, by all means, it's pretty bare bones right now, I'm not going to lie, and I really do want to see it. I do want to see the Discord, like, you know, flourish a little bit more. I think it's that one. Is it Sony? Yeah, there we go. I do want to see the Discord flourish a little bit more. You know, I really want to see. Yeah, I want to do movie nights. I want to watch like fucking Chinese historical dramas and stuff on there. I want to watch like documentaries and stuff with chat. You know, I want to see chat.
Yeah, the stuff that's way too long for us to watch on stream.
I want to see, like what books that, you all come at us with and like, yo, you guys should read this,
I'm already super hyped on this. I'm about to order a copy of that Who Paid the Piper right now. And that was on Electable Airwaves that brought that to our attention, right?
Yeah, Hodega, we do try to put the books in the library section of the Discord, like I said, again, we're still very new. We've only been around as a stream for like 3 or 4 months at this point. This is like our second stream using OBS, for God's sake.
You know what I think would be a good book for y'all to do? Would be the Jakarta Method. Have you ever read that one?
Yeah. Hell yeah. That's definitely on the list.
We gotta.
Jakarta Method is definitely on the list for sure. Right now, I think what our plan is to finish up this one, and then I think we were going to do Washington Bullets. I could see the Jakarta Method coming on after that or something like that. But it's with this book reading thing, it's so hard to predict in the future. You know what I mean? Because it's going to take us weeks to finish this one.
Like meteorology, the further out you go, the less certain it is.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like, so you can't plan too far ahead, and it's always subject to change because we tried doing it with the counter web of 1776, and we just found that after doing it for a couple chapters, it just wasn't really the right book to be doing on stream like that. And that's when we switched to Black Shirts and Reds, and that one was fantastic for this format. So we always reserve the right to just bail on it if it doesn't feel like it's if it's not fluent for this type of platform. But
and that's not to knock Gerald Horn's writing ability or anything like that.
It has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with that.
And yeah, Washington Bullets is really good, whatever.
And Darker Nations by Vijay Prashad.
Hell yeah.
Two excellent book choices.
Yeah, and the Counter Revolution of 1776, if you're reading it alone and you're not like trying to make it into like a serialized Twitch stream episode, it's an amazing book. It's filled.
People don't do that?
It's every book isn't written like it's supposed to be like that.
Oh shit.
It's like, yeah, try making a Twitch stream out of like House of Leaves or some shit.
That is a challenge.
Yeah, thank you for the recommendation, Matt. I think we're definitely gonna take that one up as like the next thing. Although I think we did say that we did kind of want to do Washington Bullets, but I don't know. It's up in the air now.
Hey, literally, I'm going to state this right now. Do not hold us to anything, because just when you think you've got us pinned down, we might slither away and come in at something unexpected. So these are all just, predictions that may or may not materialize. Right now, I would say that Washington Bullets is pretty firmly in the driver's seat, but who knows? We might get this book and something could happen too. Like, let's say in a month we end up going to war with Yemen, some ground invasion in Yemen. We might find it topical to adopt a different book or something like that to like furnish that situation with information.
I still do also want to what?
I think Washington Bullets and Jakarta Method both mention Yemen and our fuckery in there with Saudi Arabia already.
As they should.
And we could also always, try and do Redskin White Masks. I do want us to cover a little bit more indigenous, material. Something that I would like for us to cover.
Yeah, me too, Sincho. Me too.
Also me, Sincho. I hate how likely that example is.
Yeah, the second you said it, Pat, I was like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, we think about the past conflicts and the current conflicts, but it's like, it is very likely that in a month we could be going to war with Yemen, and it might be like, wait, we got to read some books about Yemen on stream.
Right. Or China, any fucking day now.
Which, for real, if that happens, if we are stupid enough to do it, I'm gone. I'm just gone. Goodbye. I'm swimming to Samuel. Okay. Bye.
Where are you gonna swim to? What did you say?
The Azores. I'm swimming to the Azores.
What are the Azores? I'm sorry.
It's the closest part of Europe, but it's it's where my vavoo was born. So
the closest part, the most swimmable part of Europe.
Yeah.
I know that like the channel between Florida and Cuba probably takes you more to Florida than it does to Cuba, and I would have to swim against the current. But like,
the first people to ever go to Cuba in a raft.
I can't be the first.
It's just God. I'm just picturing like the topsy-turvy version of like a Gusano. Like what that would be.
What's the reverse of a Gusano?
Yeah, it's just like a based comrade who's just like, fuck this, I'm out. I want to
Like-
live in Cuba now.
Like those Westerners that like moved to the DPRK.
Yeah.
His name started with a D. What was that guy's name? The Defector. He was in a bunch of movies. Like they cast him.
Oh yeah, I saw a video about that guy.
Yeah. He fled South Korean military base and just went in North Korea. He was like, fuck this. And they treated him actually like really well. I think actually that maybe like he had some issues with like maybe if he wanted to leave or something like that. But he was like married. He had a wife. He was actually a movie star because they needed like an American villain. Dresnok, yeah. They needed a villain. So he was actually like had like a very sick life, but they were very skeptical about him. Like,
2016, damn.
About him leaving. They were really not psyched about him leaving because he was an American defector. He was kind of a prisoner, but also
But also at the same time, the second he left there, some CIA asshole would have been just
yeah, it was somewhat of a liability, I suppose.
James speaks English with a Korean accent and considers himself Korean, but he reportedly did not wish to marry a Korean woman.
He married a Thai woman, I believe. I believe the woman he married was Thai.
Well, I know there's a lot of people that like from Thailand that do go to the DPRK. I know there's like a lot of back and forth for them, right?
Yeah.
Oh shit! I should probably turn off the probably very copyrighted music we've been listening to this whole time. This is never gonna go up on YouTube.
Wow, what the hell, man? What, do you hate me or something?
I do not hate you, but I'm gonna have to like
intentionally sabotaged the Dave streams. Actually, Dave, you might be on our stream that has had the most consistent listeners of all time so far. Thanks to those two raids that we got.
Yeah, I think that might have had something to do with it.
I think we had the largest peak, but also we've retained more. A lot of times when we get these big raids, we end up going back down, and we're normally between 20 and 30, but now we've been like hovering in like the 50s and 60s the entire time. So we've actually had a pretty good retention here. So shout out to everybody that's hanging out. We appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks, chat.
Yeah. We do it for you.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah, go ahead.
Didn't I do it for you? Kermie.
What are we looking for right now?
I'm looking for copyright-free music. Give me a second.
Sin Chow says music with words. Make sure that this is. Just put on some like lo-fi or something.
It says royalty-free, no copyright music.
I think if you go on Spotify and just search like copyright. Oh yeah, same exact.
No, because then I have to figure out how to fucking like link my Spotify to the OBS. I have no idea what the hell I'm doing. Look, we're lucky that like this has only had like one almost critical failure.
Yeah,
okay.
True. Hey, knock on wood now.
Dave actually has just been like not even like he's just in the Discord call. He's not on the stream. We never added him. He just like thinks that he's engaging in his stream.
Yeah, just like no. Just never pulled it up on the thing. It's just a hilarious practical joke.
Someone at the end of chat is like, "Has David been trying to talk this whole time?"
Why do you guys keep acting like someone else is there with you?
No, if I'm not gonna link my personal Spotify to the OBS because I'm not having like copyright free music being like, "Hey, this is your top 10 at the end of the year." You know,
like... Saps. Oh, there was a guest today. Can you go back up to the top? I want to kind of.
Oh, right. This guy.
He was one of 6 that defected. After defecting, he worked as an actor in propaganda films, some directed by Kim Jong-il, and as an English teacher in Pyongyang. He was featured on CBS magazine program 60 Minutes and the last U.S. defector alive in North Korea. He was also subject to a documentary film Crossing the Line by British filmmaker Dana Gordon and Nicholas Bonner, which was shown in 2007. Dresnak most often called himself Joe Dresnak, but was also referred to as James or Jim in media reports. He was known by most North Koreans as Arthur from his starring role in the miniseries Unsung Heroes. If you want to scroll down a little bit, we can see it.
How far down?
Go down to the defection. Go to the defection part.
The defection.
Oh, now I know where I stopped.
2 years spent in West Germany, which we just spoke about in terms of the Nazis that they employed. After returning to the United States and finding out that his wife had left him for another man, he re-enlisted and was sent to South Korea. He was private first class between North and South Korea in the early 60s. Soon after his arrival, he found himself facing a court-martial for forging a signature on paperwork that gave him permission to leave the base, which ultimately led to his going AWOL. Unwilling to face punishment, in 1962, while his fellow soldiers were eating lunch, he ran across a minefield in broad daylight in North Korean territory and was quickly apprehended by North Korean soldiers. He was taken by train to Pyongyang, the North Korean capital, and interrogated. He said of the situation, I was fed up with my childhood, my marriage, my military life, and everything. I was finished. There's only one place to go.
Homestive amongst us of us.
Fuck this shit, I'm out moment of all time.
When you're just done with everything. Dresnak said in an interview on August 15th, yeah, it's like, you know what, I was just finished, everything was just in shambles, there was only one place to go, and somebody's like, what, suicide? He's like, what, suicide? No, North Korea. It's the only place left, you gotta go to North Korea. On August 15th at noon in broad daylight when everybody was eating lunch, I hit the road. Yes, I was afraid, am I gonna live or die? And when I stepped on the minefield and I seen it with my own eyes, I started sweating, crossed over, looking for my new life. Dresnak met Larry Allen, another U.S. defector. Oh, there was other U.S. defectors already there. Eventually, there were 4 of them. The men lived together and participated in several propaganda efforts on behalf of the North Korean government. They appeared on magazine covers and used loudspeakers to try to persuade more U.S. soldiers from the border to defect. They did not wish to remain in North Korea indefinitely at first. In 1966, the 4 men tried to leave North Korea by seeking asylum at the Soviet embassy in Pyongyang, but the embassy immediately turned them over to North Korean authorities. After that, Dresnak decided to settle in North Korea. Beginning in 1978, he was cast in several North Korean films, including one episode of the series Unsung Heroes. Arthur Cockstud was his name. Arthur Cockstud. And he became a celebrity in the country as well. As he was called Arthur by North Korean friends after the name of his character in Unsung Heroes, he also translated some North Korean leader Kim Il-sung's writing into English. In his book, The Reluctant Communist, Jenkins claimed that Dresnak was a bully, betraying the other Americans' confidences to the North Koreans and beating up Jenkins on 30 or more occasions on the orders of the Korean handlers. In the documentary Crossing the Line, Dresnak vehemently denies these allegations.
Wow.
Dresnak asserts that because of the sanctions of the U.S. government and Japanese during the North Korean famine in the 1990s, he was always given his full food ration by the government. Why? Why do they let their own people starve to death to feed an American? He asked. The great leader has given us special solicitude. The government is going to take care of me until my dying day. Go down. He married Kath. Okay, no, go down a little bit. I don't really care about his. Okay, Dresnak was married twice more after defecting to North Korea. His first marriage was to a Romanian woman, Doina Bumbe, referred to as Donna in the Jenkins autobiography, with whom he had 2 sons, Theodore Ted Ricardo Dresnak and James. Okay. Bumbe supposedly worked at the Romanian embassy, but some accounts say that she never worked there and was in fact an abductee who had been taken to the North Korean Secret Service. Okay. According to Bumbe's family, she was living in Italy as an art student when she vanished after telling people that she had met a man who promised to help arrange expositions are in Asia. After even crossing the line and seeing one of Dresnak's sons, Bumbe's brother stated he bore a startling resemblance to his missing sister. What the fuck? According to Jenkins' book, Bumbe was abducted in order to be the wife of the American deserters. The Romanian Foreign Affairs Ministry website says that in 2007, the Romanian government had requested an explanation for Bumbe's abduction from North Korea. However, no response was provided to Romania. Bumbe reportedly died of lung cancer. After her death, Dresnok married his third wife, identified as Dada, the daughter of North Korean woman and a Togolese diplomat. I guess that's Filipino. Togolese. They had a son, Tony, in 2001. The family had lived in a small apartment in Pyongyang, provided them along with a monthly stipend.
Bro, it's Togo in Africa.
Okay. Whoa.
North Korea-Togo relations.
Dresnok was failing in health, had a bad heart and liver. Blah, blah, blah. I thought there was a Thai lady involved in this, but...
You might be thinking of another defector.
Stated that he intended to spend the rest of his life in North Korea and no amount of money could have enticed him to move back to the West. Dresnok retired and occasionally gave lectures in North Korea and went fishing just to pass the time. Oh, there you go. Died of a stroke.
The shit you learn watching Subversive History on a Friday, dude.
Yeah, no, like with our weaponized ADD, you know, we'll teach you everything.
The thoughts just pinball back and forth. Bing, 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 bing.
The way she
They
goes.
released a statement saying that their father told them to remain loyal to Kim Jong-un and that they stated that they would destroy the U.S. if it launched preemptive strike against North Korea. That was his dying wish to his sons.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
American names from Japanese baseball game. Have you ever heard of that Japanese like baseball game that made up a bunch of American names, Pat?
This sounds fantastic.
Yeah, both of them goes. Togo is Africa. I got Togo. What was it called? Togonese or something?
Togo.
What?
Togo.
No, I know, but go up. What did it say? It said it was Togolese. I got that mixed up with what is the Filipino language? Tagalog.
Tagalog, yeah.
Tagalog, yeah.
I got it mixed up with that. So I'm not that stupid, guys.
I don't think you're stupid. I don't think anybody called you stupid.
Felt it. Bask in the joy. We need to talk to you about this. Bask in the joy of made-up American baseball players' names. Okay, never mind. From a 1994 Japanese Nintendo game.
So I mostly just want to get to the names. I don't really care about the backstory, so this isn't here. American names. Come on. Give me. No. Don't do that. Don't do that to me.
Don't do it.
Look at these names.
Sleeve.
Dwight Rorschel. Rorschel.
Willie Dustis. Ornson Sweeney.
Bobson Dugnut.
My name's Mike Truck.
Yo, honestly, Mike Trout.
Bobson Dugnut. Todd Gonzalez. Mike Hernandez.
Senator Mario McRullwayne.
Dwight Portugal.
Congressman Tony Smerrick.
Scott Dork.
Also, Mario McRullwayne. That is an Irish-Italian guy, if I ever heard one. That's
He's from New Jersey.
yeah,
He's a good fella.
The Honorable Chief Justice Bobson Dugnut.
Oh, God.
See, I just kind of, I don't know why that, like, triggered that in my brain, but I had to share this with you.
No, yeah, this is good. We needed this.
Perfect.
Wait, is there more?
Hey, Portugal. Hey, Budgie's guy. Good guy.
There's more.
Nerd Bisels. Get out of here.
Wob Wonkaws.
Lude Jangles.
Oh my God, Dan Boyd, a normal name. Holy shit.
Al Swermeritz. Al Swermeritz.
Where is this? Oh yeah, no, that's my lawyer. That's the guy that got me the deal. Where instead of going to county, I went to rehab.
Oh, dude, Jorgoody.
I love this one. It's just Amorson.
Yeah, my name's Donny. Donny Olbers.
Oh, me, I'm Earl Giblets.
The legal office of Ginlons and Gary Bamps.
Dude, I like Gary Bamps. That guy sounds like a Canadian guy.
And then when we get there, bam!
Bam.
You hit him with the bamp.
You've been bamped.
Oh, have you guys ever heard that song that's like... It's like an Italian song that's supposed to be like phonetically
Eyes.
English sounding, American English sounding. Like, yeah, this is what English sounds like.
You know what I'll tell you though? One of the funniest things that I've ever heard in my life working in restaurants alongside guys from Mexico is when they do impressions of American accents. It's so funny.
Yo, dude, I work with a ton of Puerto Ricans and fucking Dominicans in the kitchen. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, get them to do American accents. It's
Oh my
so
god.
funny. They'll be like, hey dude, hey dude.
What's up, ma'am? It's like, whoa there, Buster. Just really, what the fuck?
That's one of my favorite things.
America.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
What is it supposed to be? Babbling? Like...
Also, my wife is just like in love with this whole aesthetic. Like, this is her shit. It's like colorful, like, you know, fucking like.
This lady with the fucking Jesus.
But he's like contrastingly not. He has bland colors on, which opposes the vibrant colors of the students.
I mean, like, who cares about the colors? The point is the fit is, you know, by today's standards, vibrant as fuck. Look at that shit.
Yeah, True Baldwin's ghost. It's like his feet are glued to the ground.
Oh.
Oh, he finally did. He listened. Yo.
I feel like I'm watching
do
Austin.
something
I feel like
else.
I'm watching Austin Powers or something.
That's exactly what this shit is. So yeah. Good luck trying to pronounce that. I have no idea how. But Adriano Celentano is
Please and golden name.
Okay. So
Celentano.
Would you say Sicarno?
Celentano was the last name of that person.
Sukarno.
Austin Powers, but actually during the time period. Thank you for the first time chat. That was a heavy first chat. You came in swinging with that one.
Yes, that's kind of like the idea. Robbo is he is the Pied Piper, leading like the Italian people away from the beautiful language of Italia to the vulgar, nonsensical language of English.
It's musical, yeah. And English is trash.
Trash.
I'm so
like an
glad I was
language.
born in an English-speaking place so that I didn't have to learn it.
Right.
That's all.
Yeah, imagine teaching somebody English and be like, yeah, you know, I before E, except after C, except for neighbor and way, and pretty much a million other words. Just don't even, just actually put that all to the side. Don't worry.
I gotta
about it.
learn like a whole, like, you just basically gave me like a whole ass paragraph to learn how to just speak this fucking language. How to spell
Also,
shit.
sometimes S makes things plural. Sometimes S makes things singular. You just
Let's talk about contractions.
yeah. Let's don't. Oh shit! Fuck.
I want to see, do they have like any of his old shit?
What is this the? Oh, this is the Palestinian dude.
No, this is. I think he's like Syrian and Palestinian, but like I just want to see if they have any of his old shit. But
it's not no.
It's not a no, but it's not quite a yes either. But like I don't know. For me, like I will listen to stuff that's not in English without understanding a single fucking word of it, like all the fucking time. I don't really fucking
Music that's in English that I listen to music in English that I can't understand a single word of.
Right.
Irreverent screaming into a microphone, and I'm like, this is dope. This is good.
Yeah. Also, Arabic is just so, I don't know, it's just something inside my brain that, like, it just sounds good. Like, yeah.
Are you sure you're not a little Portuguese guy? Like,
I am.
Oh yeah, just like, go. That's exactly what I felt learning, like doing Arabic lessons. I'm like, oh, I can make that sound. That's weird. Why can I make that sound?
I mean, chat has also heard me like do all kinds of accents and weird voices and stuff all the time too. So,
throat goat shit.
I just think that like makes me have to work, like, you know, to speak good.
Yeah.
What that quote about English mother languages or dark alley to go through their pockets and steal words?
That sounds about right.
Bilbo Schwaggins. Yeah, I agree with that. I can definitely get caught up in like the lyrical message of a song, and when I can't, you just like can focus on the vibes and the rhythm.
Oh, that happens in what? There's this like. Oh shit.
Real quick. So when I used to do jiu-jitsu, with Brazilian guys that would play this like Brazilian rap or any rap from South America or Latin America, where like I don't care what they're saying, that shit goes so hard. Like I love just like hip hop from Spanish speaking or Brazilian Portuguese speaking countries.
Yeah.
So I think this is the quote. We don't borrow words. On occasion, English has pursued other languages down alleyways to beat them unconscious and rifle their pockets for new vocabulary. So if you like Spanish type stuff and you want like shit that is like comrades, right? Check out what is it? Something. Fuck this. I made a whole ass fucking playlist of shit that I never even get to fucking play. That's not it. That's not. There it is. Fucking. There it is. Los Chicos del Maíz.
Ooh.
Todos los sacrificios imaginables antes que consentir que triunfen las fuerzas que representan un pasado de opresión, un pasado de tiranía. Todos contra la reacción. Todos contra el fascismo. Un solo frente.
Yeah, Observer will go. I'm not posting that full quote. I'm sorry.
There's a naughty word that was flagged in that.
No pasarán, ni de coña lo harán. Si quieren guerra tendrán un pueblo en pie, ya verán. No volverán a matar al poeta. No volverán a ser los mismos quienes lloren en cunetas. Hacemos letras para guardar la memoria y combatir el racismo y la homofobia. Recordad la historia, nostálgicos del pasado.
A good example of don't need to understand it, it just fucking slaps for later. Just for later.
Está de su lado, lavando la cara Pascal. Prensa progre que criminalizarán. Luego normaliza nazis del hogar social. Basta ya, para un país mejor que del balcón no cuelgue una bandera, cuelgue un puto patrón. La derecha habla de éxito en Plaza Colón y sin pagar el bus meto más gente yo en el Piñarro. Contra Vox alza la voz, pasa la acción y cállalos. Diles que su opinión no tiene hueco ni valor contra el fascismo. Distinto se dialoga, insisto, se le combate al estilo Violet Gibson. Contra Marine Le Pen y Salvini, mejor que un cordón sanitario, fin de Mussolini. Que hay que erradicarlos fuera de nuestros barrios, de las instituciones y los centros de trabajo. No tenemos que dejar que opinen, porque el fascismo no es una opinión, es un crimen. Que no los legitimen, son ratas. El nazi cabeza rapada y el de gomina y corbata. Señálalos, que no respiren, que no tengan miedo en sus cuerpos. Pueblos hostiles, por la memoria de Carlos Yolanda huyó, por todo aquel que luchó.
They should have like a little channel for in Discord for like stuff you play on stream, like music.
You know what? You're absolutely right.
Right? Yeah.
Se declaró la guerra, no pasará. Escucha, somos la clase obrera, y un paso atrás.
Oh yeah, music rack one? Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea.
Convencionales, pues a eso, tratándolo como una pelea entre bandas cuando están muy crecidos el fascismo aquí en este país.
Yeah, these dudes are great.
No pasarán, Albert Rivera, Santiago Abascal, y nos tendrán enfrente, aquí nadie huye, no volverán. Recuerda siempre que el fascismo no se le argumenta, se le destruye.
Like I'm going to be playing this. This is my next. I'm gonna play this till I fucking hate it song. I can feel it right now happening.
I was moving Rascal for a while. I fucking destroyed Rascal. Now I can revisit it fondly. Yeah, now I can revisit it fondly. Me and a friend of mine, a musician friend of mine, actually discussed if like Rascal was some kind of like deep conspiracy song where they just like looked at like trending demographics. They're like, listen, white people love dudes in ski masks and also country music. So what we need to do is just make a dude in a ski mask singing a soulful country song, and it will destroy the internet.
Yeah, and it did.
What the fuck? Yo, is that what Lil Nas X did?
And the thing is,
with Old Town Road?
Yeah, they're like, all right, what do white people love? Gay cowboys and hip hop.
Gay cowboys, dude.
Gay cowboys.
Put
Roy Rogers.
How many YouTube views does Rascal have on it? Oh, it's only 2.6 million? That's crazy.
+1.
That should have way more views on it. Because, like, there's, like, drill songs that I listen to now that have, like, 30 million views on it. Like, they're not even that big of artists. I can't believe more people aren't listening to Ruhr. That song fucking slaps, yeah. Also, it's that much more, yeah, it sounds like what a pop music machine learning AI would generate. Yeah,
it is.
Exactly.
You know this guy, Pat?
What?
He's doing kickboxing stuff. I was wondering if you knew.
Yeah, and he's got legit tie shorts on too.
What, Johnny? Do you think all martial artists know each other or something?
Yeah.
What,
I think Pat knows every like fighter around the world, like legitimately.
I know them in spirit.
All right. So, what do you guys want to talk about now?
Last thing, I don't want to do that. The last thing I want to do.
I don't know, man. I'm just riding the wave. I'm like a disembodied.
I posted in the chat.
What?
I said you should play that one I posted in the chat.
All right, fine.
Have you fought Lordzilla? I have no idea what that is.
Also, a really good music video.
Is this Italiano?
It's a TIE fighter. It's a TIE fighter. To be honest, Robbo, I'm not super deep into the TIE stuff. I like watching the One Champion stuff. Like Rod Tang is one of my favorite. Yo, pull up a Rod Tang video real quick. I want you to see how nuts this guy is.
What's his name? Rod Tang?
Rod Tang, yeah. Just spell it for it's one word. RODTANG. Yeah, I'm still slapping the mat, Sam. Don't worry. I'm still getting my grapple on.
I'm sorry, Dave. I think it's great. I love the like goth
The
rock.
first little bit of it is the best part, anyways.
We'll put it back on. This is just a brief intermission.
Look at that fucking. I know that fucking. What the fuck bass is that? Don't mess with the. Oh, this guy.
Yeah, just put on his most savage moments then. Yeah, sure.
Jesus Christ, that would have killed me. I would have died.
What? He's like one of the best Thai boxers in the world.
How tall is he?
Beasting.
He's tiny.
No.
He's a tiny little man.
Yo, when do you think
Stay
Philbo
for the
real quick?
communism, sub for the Muay Thai. Yes, thank you, Philbo Schwaggins.
You know what we should start doing is just start playing.
He's also like an extremely he's also one of the nicest guys. He's like one of the most gentle. Like he prays with his opponents every single time after the fight's over and everything like that. He's like a super respectable guy.
That's awesome. I love him.
I don't know if we have any Bruins fans in the chat, but Adam McQuaid did that. That is an extremely niche joke. There's nobody in here that got that one. Absolutely no one.
Come on, white boy. Think you're gonna step in the Thai boxing ring?
Come on.
He's candy licking Sebs.
Come on, hit him.
Imagine getting beat up and candy licked
He's
on at the
literally
same
like mocking
time.
him running away. Oh my god.
Yeah, he's that.
Oh boy.
Dude's amazing. I love him.
Look at him. He's just taking him.
He's just feasting.
Prankster, I'm just here for the shirtless men. We appeal to all demographics, okay?
Trust me, you think I'm not doing that?
Well, he tried.
Sam, were you watching when Chris Weidman broke his leg against Uriah Hall, or was it when Anderson Silva broke his against Chris Weidman?
Ooh, I remember that.
Yeah,
Watching
that was
replay
a while ago, but more recently, like within the past 2 years, is when Weidman broke his leg against Uriah Hall. Turkish fighting next. I'm kind of interested.
You want to see like some like oiled up Turks?
Sebs. Pat is a nice little innocent BB, but Sebs is trying to get us to watch some fucking shit.
Is it porn stuff? Is he? Look at him! Look at him! You see him taking these hits? Did you see him take those hits? Look at him! Look, completely unaffected, and then just ripping this kid. He just ate like 5 completely unblocked shots, and then just takes off on him.
He's like hitting himself in between hitting him.
Yeah. They build the ties differently. Like when it comes to Thai boxing, like they're just like.
Well, I mean, this dude's probably been like, striking like trees since he was like, 5 years old out in the woods.
Yeah. That's the thing. In Thailand, they do it differently. There's kids that have had 100 fights by the time they turn 18.
Yeah.
Shit that you can't even legally get away with in the United States.
Yeah. Shit that gets your kids taken away from you like pretty easily.
Johnny, we should just show Pat.
To Thailand and visit some of the Thai gyms that they have in Phuket.
We should what?
We should just show Pat Turkish oil wrestling just for Sebs. Just for producer Sebs.
Yeah, he did pull the producer card, so. Turkish ice cream. Oh, Robbo, he's from Phuket. Nice. I'll have to check that out. It's sick.
That one's 15 minutes long, so let's.
That was 2 minutes long. Yo, is this what Hassan's doing?
No, this is what Hassan's fellow countrymen are doing.
Dude. Are they oiled?
Yes.
Is that sweat or are they oiled?
They are.
Oh,
oiled.
They are oiled. They are oiled to the gills.
Slicked up.
Look at these dudes. I love the seriousness of these like old timey men watching
it too.
They're
The
like,
music,
yes.
Pat?
I can't. Oh, now I can.
Is this Turkish folk music?
See, we wouldn't be a proper communist Twitch stream without our gay indoctrination segment.
Yeah. Be gay, chat. No, that's not gay enough. Gayer.
I think like 10 people usually left our stream.
Okay, that's in the pants. That's in the pants.
For those of you that don't know, there's a move in wrestling, like Greco-Roman
Oh, there's
wrestling.
down the back of the pants.
It's called an oil check, and it's when you can't get out of a position, so you use your finger to essentially check your opponent's oil to get them to move off of you because you can't get out of their pants.
So that's legal?
No, it's very much not legal, but it's like a thing from.
It's very frowned upon in the world.
Dude,
got like down to the elbow, man. Like,
is this TOS?
I don't know, actually.
They do it different in Turkey. Their fingers.
Also, how is anybody supposed to see this? They're like
the coffee strong and the Himbo's oil.
They're like 300 yards away from where this is going on. How are they able to see any of this? Like, it's too good.
Just for the two guys involved.
It's just for
everyone else is ancillary.
Oh shit.
Like, do you see all these people like hundreds of feet away? Like,
I like that they don't even mow the grass either.
God, imagine them doing that in like 5-inch inseam shorts. I ain't working out.
That was awesome.
No, if I was gonna like get into MMA or anything, I would want to learn what is it? Olympic?
Is it? Oh, Sambo, hell yeah.
Yeah. Like every really good MMA fighter
Well, not every.
Not every, but like
really
a lot
only
of the
two,
big names.
Only two of them.
Emelianenko is like a household name in MMA, right?
Yeah, and Khabib and Islam
Khabib.
Makhachev. Yeah, and Islam Makhachev, who's the current lightweight champion, are all previous Sambo fighters. So yeah. The reason that it's so that it's so good is that it's like a really high level form of like wrestling, jujitsu elements and striking all in one, which don't really most don't accomplish as much. Khabib bless, inshallah, alhamdulillah.
You're welcome, Pat. I made sure that was in there for you.
Wait, what's in there? The Khabib bless?
Yes. Also,
nice.
Also,
I thought people in chat were just saying that.
I also
Wow, this is anti-Ukraine action, you guys. This is fucked up. I can't believe you're showing this Russian guy beating up on this poor defenseless Ukrainian like this.
You can't even see in chat. God damn, I need to fix it. But like right now, there's a little emoji of
Brave Wax. I think. I think. Oh yeah, it is tomorrow. Fedor is having his retirement fight tomorrow. Just so everybody knows, if anybody cares,
we got one of these
Fedor
emojis.
Emelianenko will be having his last fight ever tomorrow night in Bellator. There's certain websites that you can utilize to watch the fight.
Certain websites. I think what if we get like a big enough following, right? Maybe we can do some stuff in Discord that we're not going to say publicly, but like for anybody that wants to get into MMA
secret activities.
For anybody that wants to get into MMA, like we can probably make that happen. Pat hardly misses
if anybody
a fight.
wants to learn the skills for the coming revolution in hand-to-hand combat, we can dabble.
A fascist trained today. Did you?
Interesting note about Sambo is that it was developed by the Soviets.
Yes, that's correct.
Nice.
So this is like the Soviet version of like I guess Israel's Krav Maga, except this is way before.
Can we see Pat on the mat? I don't think I have. Let me see if I might have some old competition stuff of me. Let me see.
Just do some highlights.
Shut the fuck
Pat versus Eddie win. I was always curious about that. What would happen if Eddie and I grappled? Judging by the looks of his ears, I think he has a pretty legitimate wrestling pedigree. So in the stand-up, he would probably mop the floor with me. I don't know if he's done any other training following that in like jiu-jitsu or anything like that. But if we got a good jiu-jitsu roll, I think I have my purple belt, so I think we might have a good time.
Which, by the way, I don't know if you know this, chat, but your badges, right, when you become a subscriber, are influenced by the Gracie School belt system. All right?
Interesting.
We were very specific about the artist that developed these badges.
I have a couple of pictures that are just me getting promoted, but I don't really have. I was trying to find some stuff in the in my in competition. There's some like I haven't really competed much in the past couple of years, but
Matted. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh my god. This power imbalance between Russia and Ukraine is so fucked up. Is there anything we can do?
What is the guy from Ukraine black? Oh, that's France. But in the beginning,
wait, why does it say UKR? Oh, that's Uzbekistan. Oh, this one's a bunch of different clips. My B.
Oh,
hi B.
Oh, that was it. Look at that drop Sionagi, the judo. It's a beautiful drop Sionagi.
Robbo, let's not get into if they are, which they kind of are, problematic.
The Gracies are absolutely problematic. Definitely part of like the Brazilian right wing. Or supportive of the.
I love how they're all like, all of them are from like former Soviet republics. Like it's like Turkmenistan, Latvia.
Yeah, but this is that's the only place where this is popular.
No, yeah, that's why I'm saying it's all like you could just like you're just like, oh cool. You can see like checking off all the Soviet like little boxes. It's sad. It's sad that they don't all say Soviet Union anymore.
Well, I mean, you know, there's this video right here.
Fucking Yeltsin.
Like spinning back hit, you knocked that dude out cold. That was crazy.
Yeah, Jesus.
Yeah, so it's like if I was gonna get into like, you know, mixed martial arts, I would want to
pull up Jeff Munson real quick. Check this out. Jeff Munson.
Is it MON?
I think so, yeah.
Push it to the limit.
It might be a U. U.S.-born fighter is now the face of Russia's Communist Party. You can just click that, I guess.
Oh wait, so that was the right one. All right, this one.
Yeah,
the face of the Communist Party of Russia's campaign for parliamentary elections this fall. His name is Jeff Monson. The St. Paul, Minnesota native.
Jeff Monson, he fought in the UFC. He fought Fedor's brother. He might have fought Fedor.
He looks like an Emelianenko.
You know, say, well, why did you choose Russia? And I say, well, I think Russia chose me.
Now, the Communist Party hopes he can attract young voters to its cause.
Hell yeah.
Long seen as a haven for aging voters nostalgic for the Soviet past.
Do you know
Monson shot to fame in
you know
Russia
that guy
when he was defeated by local hero Fyodor Emelianenko.
He beats them in a grappling match. This communist guy beats Jocko.
That's Fedor right there.
President Vladimir
Putin. Okay, he did. He lost to Fedor. Yeah, he fought Fedor's brother too.
Russians love a fighter with heart. But Monson is even more popular for his bashing of his home country and love of Russia.
He is fucking juiced.
Russia's soul, and for better or for worse, this is the place I should be.
Monson gets mobbed on the street wherever he walks and spends hours posing for photos.
Is that a fucking Stalin?
Yeah.
That's fucking. Oh my god.
Dancing with Stars.
Hey, you know what? I'm here for it.
That's great. I just love that image right there.
Train fighters.
And yeah.
In recent months, he's been front and center of a push by the Communist Party to refresh its appeal. He's made several appearances with Gennady Zyuganov, the party's longtime leader.
Yeah, this guy has literally been the leader since like the fucking 90s.
He's also appeared in a flashy promotional video. He and the party are planning to open mixed martial arts schools for underprivileged children across the country.
Okay, so if you know that guy Jocko Willink, if you want to finish this out, but type in Jocko Willink, Jeff Munson.
In the very early stages of trying to learn the language. As part of efforts to broaden their appeal,
you know who I'm talking about, right?
Given Bolshevik leader Vladimir Lenin.
I have a good Jocko Willink video after.
What's his Jocko Willink versus who?
And Karl
Jeff Munson
in a leather jacket, declaring, "I'll be back." The images brought derision.
Yeah, Jocko is friends with Joe Rogan. Jocko is like every everyone that like he's like a former Marine and like everybody like every like alpha male wannabe has like a super hard on for him and being like, and this is him versus Jeff Munson. So anybody that you hear talk about Jocko Willink, just remind them that he got tapped out by a communist. Nice transitions there.
Jesus Christ! How tall is that guy?
Which one?
Munson.
I don't know.
Looks like he was an anarchist at one point because he's got a big A on his ankle too.
Yeah. Yeah, he does. He has a hammer. I don't think this might be older, but he had a hammer and sickle tattooed on him. I think that might be a newer tattoo. Is the hammer and sickle? He has a Che Guevara tattoo on him.
He's even got a circle A. And what's that thing on his back, like right at the base of his neck?
It's like somebody shooting a. It's like two stick figures, and with one of them has a gun to the other one, and it says like capitalist or something like that.
Also, is he into anime? Because
he's getting the choke. He's getting the choke right here. I don't know if you want to pull it. We all go through an anarchist phase. I think he's getting the submission here in a second. How long is left in this video?
I got a
less than 10 seconds. Oh.
Yeah, he's
I got
in the back here.
I got a Jocko video for you.
He's got the choke. This is the end right here. He tap. Yep. So yeah, little.
This is candy for chat.
Everybody, I'm gay. We have Jocko Willink, who I f***ed on 3 separate occasions. Jocko is a retired podcaster who served in the Navy Seas, and his podcast attracts no one. Good to see you again, Josh. Did I pronounce that right? It's actually oh, so I didn't pronounce it right at all. What's been happening? Podcast.
And like I said, podcast. Let's go. Fortnite war is here. But war is also a brew in war. I came and it hit me in the face tragically. And I realized that there was only one person to blame, and I knew exactly who that person was. Master Chief Fog of This is Jaws Podcast. We have a guest on the podcast. His name is Dr. Peterson. I'm not exactly sure what Dr. Peterson does, but I think he sucks. Thank you for coming on the show.
What's up?
I do not bathe. Want to smell my vagina?
No, so...
I'm a serial killer for all practical purposes.
I'm as black as anything can possibly be. I'm addicted to cocaine, like a rat. You know, I love rats. If you take a rat, you put him in a cage, he won't do anything but take cocaine. But if you throw the rat...
Stop again with the f***ing rats. What are you talking about? Where does that come from?
That's a very good question.
I don't care. Let me see your underwear. It's like the rats. You've got some rats in the garage. The rats have gnawed through some of the wiring. You try and kill the rats in the garage, and you realize, you know what? This isn't the only place that these rats seem could be. There could also be some rats over here in the basement. Everything sucks. It's just everything sucks.
And that zero pussy type shit.
Yes.
Fucked up.
Everything sucks about it.
Fucking loser. Fucking I'm a loser. Everything I've ever done wrong. Everything I've ever said wrong. Just everything. Just I'll be.
Hey Joe, shut up, bitch.
Do you know magic?
Yes, I can do this video. And
yes.
Yes.
He was even on PragerU, I guess.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Not really that shocked there.
I couldn't find anything in me training, but I sent you a picture. If you want to pull up the picture of me with me getting my purple belt, you can show Sam that just to verify that I'm actually out here.
Where the hell is it?
I sent it in Facebook. I'll send it on.
Yeah.
I'm not
pulling that up. Fucking send it to me.
Yeah. I sent it.
Oh, god damn it. I have to close it in fucking goddamn fucking bullshit. Son of a bitch.
There it is.
I love a nice gi.
There it is, everybody. There it is, Sam. Just so that you know that I'm not fraudulent.
He's not a liar
out here.
Pat has, said to me a number of times, I want to make sure that, we're not charlatans. We're not liars. So, it's very important that everyone knows that he's not lying. He is a purple belt, and
he's stolen valor out here. There's guys out here with belts that they didn't actually get.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's his Purple Heart right there.
It's one of my most prized possessions. That's some things money can't buy.
So All right, enough doxing, Pat.
Yeah.
All right.
What is that PragerU is wild? Can you just go to that real quick? I want to see whatever that is.
Dude, this whole entire channel is fucking hilarious.
I just want to see what that is, please. Why?
They have so many PragerU videos.
There are no shorts. I know. I joined the Navy. I had the honor of f***ing men in the Navy. A glorious job. I learned some lessons along the way. Don't do. In the toilet. In fact, every day, I do. In the bed in the morning. No excuses. In the military, the best troops were the ones that took shifts in their bed in the morning. If you follow these principles, I promise you, daily execution.
Hi, everybody.
I just
Penis
remind
Prager
everybody, this
here
guy got
for
tapped out of
Farmside
competition by
Chat. I'm part of the KKK, which, by the way, is true. But I love blacks. In fact, I want to be black to become, if you will, African American. So I can say the N-word. Why is that racist? By the way, do you know any blacks? Do they not exist? Everything
thank
exists.
you for subscribing
If you
at
are
tier
one,
one,
drop
like
me a line.
21
I'm
minutes
Penis
ago,
Prager.
and
I'm a
somehow I
black
missed
Chinese
that.
communist. I am a communist, and
Thai
I love
boxing was on.
murder.
They said, I came
killed
for the communism and I
130
subbed for
I'll
the Muay Thai.
explain. My parents died
That was a
fighting
very
the American
strategic
people.
market
I
of
fell in
Muay
love
Thai
with
that I
North
studied
Korea
in
at the
there.
age of 20. America is the only country in world history.
I'm going to have to speak in Chinese for
Story.
Now, perhaps you protest. No.
I'm stuck. The answer to toxic masculinity is more toxic masculinity, right? The solution is obvious. Make men women. Every woman is evil. Here's a secret that every woman knows. Women pee. I don't know any woman.
I'm Penis Prager. Socialism is based because socialism enables healthcare. Here's an illustration. Women don't amount to a hill of beans. You heard me right. What exactly is the problem? The problem is women in general. I love topping men, and I get excited by virtually every male body at the beach. Male legs turn me on, etc., etc. So what? Yeah, it is a pleasure for you to meet me. You're welcome. I want my daughter-in-law and son to get married. When you think about it, we can now kill people. I don't know how many people think about that. They more should. But anyway, I want to die in Bulgaria.
Christ.
Oh my
We're all
god.
having.
All right. So what's next?
So
we're at
give us something funny.
We're at 4 hours.
Yo, nice. Fucking flew by. Holy shit.
Yeah, we've been having a good time up in here. I don't know how much longer I'm doing though.
This is notification. Yeah. Thank you, Evelyn.
Communism is based.
Communism is based.
All right. So I don't know. I think. Do you want to call it a day?
Yeah, if you guys do.
Yeah, we're probably.
No, we had a pretty-
I think we're circling the drain at this point.
We're tapped out. You know.
We are watching YouTube poops.
Yeah, we're
Really,
watching.
yeah. When you find yourself
Fart
doing that,
noises.
it's time. It's time. You know, like.
Of course.
When you start watching fart noises, like robot fart noises and those are the videos, like, how much? How much are we giving at this point, guys? There's still a handful of you in here. I love all of you. We had a lot of fun today. We messed around a lot. We'll definitely mess around again. I think we should definitely have Dave back on the stream.
Absolutely.
I feel like Dave's chemistry was like awesome with us today.
Dude, I had so much fucking fun.
Maybe you can just come on. If you're down to come by next Friday, you're like, I think your vibe is like
Wildcard Friday
for the Friday.
Wildcard Friday, David.
Yeah. Like,
sick.
I think your vibe is great on the Fridays.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that.
But for those of us that want a little bit more of a serious tone of things, definitely pop in on Sunday where we go over the next chapter of The Sword and the Shield, which is called The Radical Dignity of Malcolm X. It's kind of like a biographic introduction to Malcolm X, as well as a definition of this concept of radical citizenship. So, radical dignity. Sorry, radical dignity. So definitely pop in and check that out because we're going to have a good time.
Trying to see if there's anybody that like isn't gaming right now, but it looks like everybody is just gaming.
Yeah, Frankster says that's the recipe right there. 2 serious streams and a fuck around Friday. That's the Subversive History recipe right there.
That's what you want. Horse? Yeah, Horse isn't gaming.
Is not gaming.
Well, he's probably gaming on his other monitor.
No.
But that's just the regular
secret gamer.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go horse.
Raid horse.
Whoever Pinko the Bear is playing Command and Conquer Red Alert 3. What?
That is a throwback jam, dude.
I was big on Red Alert. I was big on Red Alert 2. That was my shit. But I don't think I've ever played Red Alert 3, honestly.
Do you guys want to do Pinko or do you want to do horse? Pick one.
No, do horse. Pinko isn't even like affiliated with us in any way. At least horse vibes with us.
All right.
Yeah.
I literally just wrote raid horse.
You hear that, Pinko?
No, I don't listen to him, Pinko. You know,
Sam says he likes Pinko.
I like Pinko.
Yeah, he's wholesome.
Yeah, he's been to Cuba too. You know.
Ooh, that's dope.
We should we should invite
talk about
Pinko
Cuba.
on. Yeah, we should invite Pinko on and like have you guys like talk about like your visits to Cuba and shit.
Yeah.
Yo, I would love to hear about that shit.
Yeah, I gotta figure out how to format all this to have like 4 people on screen, but we can do that on a Friday. Yeah.
It's sick.
Yeah. Everybody's
Bravo
down?
said he'd be down, so
all right.
Let's have our
Friday.
people. Let's have our people connect.
All right, everybody. Lal Salam. Stay strong out there.
Everybody. Dave, be safe. Johnny, be safe.
For having me. Thank you guys.
Always.
Shit.
You coming back next Friday?
Yeah, I had a blast. Stay frosty.
Good night,
Bye,
everybody.
Take it easy, chat.
This is also new.
Stop streaming. Stop recording.